Hello everyone. Now, let me just change over here. Oh, right, yeah, forgot. I forgot. Hold on. There we go. Much better. Forgot to go into the fucking Discord thing. So yeah, I think that should do it. Hello everyone. How you doing? Hope you guys are having a good day so far. So yeah, last stream, which was yesterday, we were originally supposed to be doing some more farming in Space Marine. It's just the guy that I used to I was farming with didn't end up showing up, so we didn't end up doing that. So we just ended up doing Rapid Cortex instead. So hopefully today we should be able to do some more farming. If not, then I'll probably just either do the campaign just to pass the time, or just do space, or just do Professor Layton in a Curious Village. Yeah, we have a few options here and there. Right. Oh, I'm trying to see if the guys are gonna be ready or whatever. Seriously, he's the only one available right now? All these fucking people, not a single fucking person. Yes. Right, whatever. Let's see, did he say anything? No, he's still in that game. Oh, hi, Fuste. Hope doing good. Yeah, we're just about to start here. I'm just trying to see if the guy that I'm gonna be farming shit with is gonna show up at all. Man, it would have been nice if I could fucking see who sent me this, give me this fucking thumbs up in the message here. It doesn't let me for some fucking reason. Good. I'm doing alright. Again, just trying to see if I can get someone to farm stuff with here. Right. The plan was to doing far more weapon challenges in Space Marine 1, but for some reason the guy just doesn't want to show up. Yes. I'm playing Sparking Zero on my PS5. I've been waiting to play like about a week. Okay. Cool. Maybe once I get the better consoles, I'll look into those. I don't know. I don't tend to really get that many brand new games. I only get whatever shows up on Vinted, which is just an online store that I used to buy games, use them. So I just get whatever shows up on the main page. I don't know, we'll see. So yeah. With all that said and done, let's go straight to it, shall we? So let me just change over here. Right. I was trying to see the fucker say something. Okay. He is gonna be ready. He just needs to finish off him. Playing on your PS4? No. Hold on. I'll show you. Yeah, we just turn on the capture card. It takes a bit. Alright. Yeah, everything seems good. There we go. Yeah, I'm using my PS3 right now. We'll be doing Space Marine 1. There we go, much better. Actually, out of all the fucking consoles that I have, the PS4 is like one of the few that I played the least. Well, second least. My least one's probably the Wii. Yeah, probably. I actually tend to play more shit on the PS3. Why? I don't know. I just feel like it. Alright. The guy is gonna be available in a bit, so... hold on. I think it might be best if I just do this. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, let me just wait for the logos to pop up. You know, I'll do something. Right. I'm gonna go and turn on the fucking notification so I can at least see when the guy's ready. Hey, where's the notifications? No. Sound sync, display settings. Right, I think I need to fucking get out of the game to change this. Yeah, I think so. Hold on. I think I need to go... I can't change the notification settings while I'm in the game. Where was it? No, not game settings. Video, music, chat. Chat settings? No. System settings. Here we go. Display. Set where not to activate when your friends are on, when a message has been received from a friend. Right, here we go. Mm-hmm. Alright. Let's try this again. And hopefully, I should be able to see the fucking message. Thanks for the hydrant. Right, I'm using the PNG model today because I plan on putting like a video on the background while I'm farming. And my PC can't fucking handle that shit at the same time. Alright, I guess we can do... Yeah, we'll be doing the main campaign for a little bit until the guy is ready. I hope it shouldn't take too long. Right, just check what I have.
There. We will proceed through that door.
That door, huh? Alright, hold on. Let me just check stuff around here. I have a feeling that we're probably gonna have to wait until the fucking elevator opens up or whatever.
Time to override the lock, Captain.
Understood.
Thunder hammer. Yeah, we got the big boy thing. Pass the game without shooting? What do you mean pass the game? Yeah, you got the big boy hammer. Let's go. Ooh. Yeah, complete the campaign. I don't think that's possible. The game is designed with you using the guns. Yeah, you get the game gives you a fucking sniper for a reason. You bitch. Over here, bitch. Oh yeah. At least for this part I can just use the hammer. Oh yeah. Ooh. Oh, I see. I cannot, when I have the hammer, I can't use anything else. Right, that's the thing with the hammer. You can't use the other big guns, I think. Wait. Let me just refill my armor. Good. Oh yeah. Okay, give me some health, bitch. Nice. Not so tough. Let's go. Good. Big guy. Someday you will do a playing with flowers stream. Don't even know how the fuck that works. No, so I don't tip to play on PC.
Through here, Space Marines.
Okay, thank you. Hey, hold on. Maybe just get the hammer first. Not the hammer, the axe, so I can use the other guns. Okay, there we go. He's ready. At least I passed through that checkpoint. Alright. Just go here. Going. You have online games, for example. I have Among Us and Goose Goose Game and Dead by Daylight. That's about it, though. Yeah, once I have the better PC, I'm thinking of getting more PC shit. Come on. Let me fucking get in. There we go. Alright, but we start. What do I need? I need the Storm Bolter. Yeah, okay. Guess it's his turn then. Alright, sure. Let's see. This should give me plenty of time to get the video up. Hold on. See if I can find something. Let's see. Fine. I can't fucking find. Hold on. I need to go to my other account settings. Remember what the fucking thing is. Nah, here we go. Second line. That's what it is. Does he still need stuff for the sniper? Oh, he's not there. Let's see. Podcast. And yeah, the windbreaker. Here we go. This. Right, there we go. You could play DBD someday? I don't know. Oh, it's not right now. My PC can't handle it. You can play the game just fine on its own, but I can't stream the game at all. My PC can't handle it. What the hell is he though? Hello? Hey, is it not your turn? Yeah, isn't your turn? Normally we tend to do Chaos Marines. No, we tend to do Chaos Marines go for the kills. What does he want? Why is he not going for kills? Could just type it. Not saying anything. Oh, okay. I can take his turn. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I wasn't understanding what he wanted to do. Yeah, I guess he could just... I could just take his turn now. Okay. At least I can get some kills. Although I don't remember what the specific challenges were. Yeah, hold on. Good profile. Come on, load up. Space Marine. Okay. Where is it? Here we go. Weapon challenges. What do I need with this one? The twin bolter. Kill streaks, okay. Gotcha. Kill streaks. Normal shit. There we go. Alright. Freeze this. And I think we should start. Yeah, there we go. God damn, the fucking recall. The recall on this thing is fucking abysmal.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Windbreaker podcast. I hope you all came here for some welcome shelter from all the political news this week. In which case,
right.
Tough shit. We're going to talk about presidents. Specifically, we want to talk about what video game leaders we most admire and would want to be president and perhaps placed on a video game version of Mount Rushmore. I'm the Exposure. I'm joined by Jay and Marty. I forgot to mention that earlier.
Hello,
Yeah, I see the fucking Armstrong from Metal Gear Rising in there.
Hello, people. Trying out some new things.
So,
Now recording.
why don't we start with the thumbnail, because if there's one person who loves referencing presidents in his games, it's Hideo Kojima.
Yeah, there's like 6. I started making a list and I got like 4 from Kojima games. So I'm like, wow, Kojima,
Yeah.
really giving us a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, because
I mean, did Kojima was also part of Metal Gear Rising?
Solid 2.
Yeah, I think that was like a completely different
President
studio.
Sears,
Yeah, and there was that one president who grabs Raiden's crotch in the course of Metal Gear Solid 2.
Oh, that's not good. You don't like that, man. Death Stranding has your mom.
Yeah,
Just-
Death Stranding is
Which mom?
weird on the sort of weird edge of Americana, I suppose.
Yeah. And Die Hard, man. And then Senator Armstrong is very
Yes.
excited for his future and revengeance in American politics, going as far as to say that he is going to make America great again.
Ironically,
Right, pretty
not
much
president.
giving
Says
straight
that,
up,
yeah. Says
giving
that
the
during his
fucking
boss
Trump
back.
quote.
Wow.
Yeah,
Right.
just make it really on the nose. He's
Not very
he's such
subtle,
a
is it?
magnetic character, is Senator Armstrong. I mean, you can see why people would vote for him.
Because he got big muscles?
I was listening to a
too.
podcast about Lyndon Johnson the other day. Apparently, he had this whole thing that they called like the Johnson treatment, where he'd just sort of pin you to a wall and talk at you, and just completely dominate you and like push money into your pockets and then send you on your way.
Is that fucking... Was it the Great Box from like MGS1?
Johnson treatment.
No, I suppose not. But yeah, that's exactly. It seems like the sort of thing Senator Armstrong did on his way up the ladder of power.
Yeah, or just rip people in half.
Yeah, just sort of muscle his way into their.
Yeah, he wasn't strong enough to rip
personal space.
Rip the main character into in half, I guess.
Out on their tit like the biker in Terminator 2.
Hell yeah. I always find it fascinating Kojima's clear infatuation and respect for Americana that he imbues in all of his games.
It's a weird.
I feel like you get an interesting view of our own country and history through the lens of someone who did not grow up in that country.
I know what you mean. See also Deadly Premonition by Swery, who's also seems to have a fondness for Americana. I mean, not as much as Kojima. I mean, Kojima, there's literally a sort of Solid Snake version of Mount Rushmore that appears in Metal Gear Solid 4.
That's right.
Oh right, I remember that. It's part of the fucking ship.
I forgot about it. We
I
played that
think
game
so,
like a year
yeah.
and a half ago. I completely forgot. Yeah.
There were so many weird things.
Yeah, that was so
Funny
fucking
thing about,
weird.
Armstrong in Revengeance is that you could tell that they were trying to channel Hideo Kojima, the Platinum Games, when they made that game, but where they got it wrong was that they forgot to take themselves completely seriously the whole way through, which is Kojima's pattern.
Right, he can be silly, but he can also be serious with his
Where do you
topics.
fall on the Kojima? Are you a big Kojima boy?
I'm about to drop a bomb. I love the Kojima games, but I've only really experienced them through like really intense video essays. Like I watch lots of content on it, but I've never been able to. When I was a kid, I couldn't get a hold of Metal Gear Solid at all.
You've never played Metal Gear Solid?
Nope. And I guess what? I own them all
For
on
me, the
Steam
only
now,
Metal
and
Gear
I
Solid
haven't
games that I
touched
played them
And
were
if
the newer
you
ones,
were
like the
racing
Ground
while you hadn't
Zeroes
already done a
and
series, I probably would have said
Phantom Pain. That's about it, though.
I've already done it, so I'm gonna.
And right now, I actually managed to do the first Metal Gear. That's about it,
from like a
though.
fresh perspective.
You don't even have hot takes on all the airplane noises they added to Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes.
They added a bunch of airplane noises.
Yeah.
I noticed it when I streamed earlier this year. That was great.
Every time a character dives somewhere, they do it in slow motion and add an airplane noise.
Yeah. So I know a lot, but just
Okay.
haven't
That's
actually
a thing.
held a controller and played them.
fair enough.
But I've seen full playthroughs and.
Yeah, so far the only games I
That's
played
the
was Metal
opportunity to
Gear.
Change the topic. As someone
very first
who's
one.
not a big Metal Gear Solid boy, where does your head go
Then
when
Ground
you think of
Zeroes and the
great video
Phantom
game
Pain. That's about
presidents?
it. I actually have the other games though. I just need
it goes to
need to have the time to
the
actually play them.
president in what is it? The Saints Row 4.
Oh,
You play as the president, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
And that kind of framing.
Now that certainly was a leader you could get behind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Literally, in the character creator in the Oval Office.
Yeah, the series went on a weird path, Saints Row. It starts out as sort of slightly tongue-in-cheek GTA knockoff, as GTA was originally quite tongue-in-cheek, but when GTA started getting a bit grittier with GTA 4, they stuck with that lane and made Saints Row 2, which was a slightly wackier.
Right, and then Saints Row 2 also started to become slightly serious.
Fully
Slightly.
customizable character, but now added a voice, and you could pick which voice pack to give them. I always thought that was a very savvy move, because it gave it let the character have their own like voice, but it also allowed the player to still feel like they had a part in the
Right, the thing with the Saints Row games, what I believe, is
the
that
effect is that every time I talk to
it'll
about
be
Saints
like
Row as
your
gets
typical
pretty
like
attached
character
to the
you
Saints
can
Row
build up and
protagonist.
shit, but
I
you give
certainly
like
do.
different voices.
Feel like they have to
So it wasn't
recreate the
always the
character every
same
time
pick,
they
the
play
choice.
a sequel. So
Didn't they have that in between 3 and 4? You could like import your previous.
Yeah, I think that was I think Saints Row is like the only game in the series that does that, where it gives you like different voices for your character creation. Yeah, I think that's the first time I've seen that shit. Kinda cool though.
I think so.
Or am I
I
imagining
think
that?
so, yeah. No, I
Actually, I actually do have Saints Row 2 though. I haven't played
for
it
all
yet.
the versions of it, obviously.
No.
Because
Yeah.
you went from platforms to platforms. But yeah, I think a lot of people were very invested in their personal Saints Row protagonist being president in Saints Row 4.
Yeah.
So that's like I feel like Saints Row 4 is part of like a subgenre of games where you play as either the president or the king or someone who might be running for office of president or king. But famously, I know we like bringing up the opening twist in Ni no Kuni too.
Oh, yes. Where it starts off where you're the president who survives a nuclear blast, and then you look confused and like alt tab back to Steam to make sure you didn't start the wrong game.
And then you get isekai'd. That's what
you get
happens.
isekai'd. And your president isekai.
The president gets isekai in Ni no Kuni
The
2.
big joke is that's not even the main character of the game.
No. What a game.
See, I wanted to just focus on President Isekai the whole way through.
Go ahead.
Didn't you become king in Fable? Either you are king or you become king in Fable 3.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. You're the younger brother of the king, who's established to be a huge tyrant. And through the course of like the first half of Fable 3, you sort of overthrow the king. And then in the second half, the king goes, "All right, you can be king then. Oh, by the way, an evil Lovecraftian deity is going to kill us all in like a year. Peace out, bitches." Then you have to deal with that.
The chalice, motherfucker.
Yeah, and it turns out he was being a tyrant because he was, being conservative because he was trying to make sure everyone would survive the horrible Lovecraftian being. And then you have to make the decisions. You have to decide if you're going to go with the evil conservative decisions that will make you stronger against the Lovecraftian being, or do the nice things that will make people happier in the moment, but will
but then they'll screw everyone up.
Get fucked over in a year's time.
Right.
It's a pretty clever dilemma, but then Peter Molyneux sort of fucks it up in execution.
I for one am shocked that Peter Molyneux would fuck something up in execution.
I know. Crazy,
I
right?
played that entire game. But didn't remember any of that. Like, that's really cool.
I like the Fable
that's really
trilogy. Like, I think 2 is the strongest one because it feels like it actually delivers on some of its maybe its promises were the most conservative and it was able to actually deliver on those promises. I was expecting most recently Metaphor ReFantazio. Obviously the plot is this democratic election to become king under the eyes of the
tightly, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was without giving away any big plot points or anything. I was partly expecting you become president, and then it turns out, oh no, wait, this is a bad thing. Like you had to do some bad stuff.
What, becoming a president? That's a bad thing.
Where's the crown kind of thing? But it doesn't quite go there.
Yeah, I assumed a lot of things about the plot going through it. I mean, as they say, without wishing to spoil anything, if a JRPG has a character who's really overtly established as the villain right at the beginning, then there's going to be some fuckery along the way.
Yeah,
and almost certainly you almost certainly will not be fighting them as the final boss.
No. Yeah, you can't possibly.
Yeah, because there's always one secret one that shows up last minute.
Well, I guess a not so famous From Software game.
Right.
Do you know what I'm thinking?
Yeah, one example is that I think the first Kingdom Hearts.
You're going to bring up Metal
And something just kind of shows up out of nowhere in the first game.
You play as President Michael Wilson, who dons a big ass mech.
That was the hilarious Japanese developers referencing American politics meme before Senator Armstrong was the meme. Was the go-to meme in that area.
It came out in 2004.
Yeah. And the main villain is the vice president, who has decided he's going to blow up the president in his own mech and then take over the country. Which is how it always works.
Why doesn't FromSoft do this more? We gotta stop talking about Elden Lords and Margot Fell Omens. I think
just bring the big fucking robots.
Well, there's probably hella Kings and Souls games.
Well, they haven't been slouching on making mecha games. There's not mecha games where you play as the president of the United States.
Not enough presidents in Armored Core, says I. There's I was thinking of some non-playable kings. I have a fondness for the King of all Cosmos, your pops in Katamari.
From Katamari, yeah.
He doesn't take his responsibilities seriously, but he's certainly got a charisma and a prominent crotch bulge.
Yeah. He's,
Yeah, is that a fucking crotch that will put David Bowie to shame him?
Energy. Yeah, I like how
Leaders.
yeah. He seems like a lush who often forgets that he has a child, and so he's almost like surprised every time he sees you. Like, oh shit, yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
Oh shit, yeah, I fucked this woman.
Because of course, if you're not familiar with Katamari, the opening inciting incident of the plot is that the King of Cosmos got drunk off his ass and
Yeah, and it
smashed up all
completely
the
destroyed the
heavens when you
universe.
had to rebuild all the stars in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that sort of ties into a part of Japanese culture, because in Japan, being drunk isn't associated with, you know, letting yourself go the way it is in the West. It's not associated with being, you know, someone who's irresponsible or letting their life down. It's associated with being fun. That's why you'll often
That's
see
but also
fun
people
drunk characters like
can go very
what's her name in Neon Genesis
things can go
Evangelion,
very south when you're fucking drunk.
Santa.
downing beers so much.
Yeah. Oh, she's great. Every time she cracks one of her beers, I'd be like, man,
Yeah.
I'd go for a beer. It's 8 in the morning, but I can go for one of those beers.
So we hear a story about the King of all Cosmos getting drunk and wrecking up the cosmos, and we imagine, you know, wife beaters and children starving in basements. But the Japanese just think, oh, he just likes having a good
that's
time.
funny.
Good for him.
He
And
destroyed the cosmos, though. That's not good.
Yeah, that
You know,
too.
it's all in fun.
What is the Japanese view on destroying the cosmos? Like, do they view that as fun?
I mean,
like
maybe they view it as he created a nice little project for his son to put together, and that son will
Yeah,
grow
it's
and
a-
gain moral fiber by.
A school project or some shit.
Well, they've always been big on kaijus destroying cities. I guess it's just another thing that happens when you nuke someone.
I'm gonna be honest. Seeing a big thing wreck shit is just cool. I think that's universal.
Oh yeah.
Like a big
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
wrecking
sure.
shit, I feel like is like in our DNA.
Playing as a big giant monster destroying
why.
everything, that's always gonna be
Yeah,
cool.
couldn't possibly tell you why. I also, speaking of kings, Zelda obviously has its share of kings. Best king in Zelda though, King of Red Lions, because kings that are also boats, very cool kings.
Granted, if anyone, there's like a series of comics by an online artist called The King of Hyrule is a Dick. And I'd advise looking them up if you're into Wind Waker, because they're very, very funny. And sort of recontextualize the actions of the King of all Cosmos in that game and make you realize, yeah, he was kind of being a huge dick the whole time.
Yeah.
I always think the King of Hyrule has always been a very poorly established character. He's always just King Man.
Yeah,
Man,
he's just
with,
the
man with
king.
big beard and a crown, like Father
Yeah.
Christmas.
Who has daughter who's more important. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then because of that, usually dies, right? Like they usually die or live
Yeah, yeah.
or already a ghost.
Actually, he lives through all of Echoes of Wisdom, although he does get replaced by an evil clone for a period.
Happens to the best
Does
of
he
us.
For a
do anything
period?
apart from just sit on a chair?
He literally sends his daughter out to do everything.
Yeah, yeah, he just tells Zelda to do all the work.
Yeah.
More the dick.
That's the point of having kids. They can do your work for you. I don't have kids. I assume that's the point of having kids.
Tend to this farm, chilling.
Yeah.
Based.
And then there's also the category games have represented real life presidents in a variety of ways.
I have a
I
feeling
guess.
that,
There's always gonna
let's
be
see
some
how obscure we can get
representation.
to throw off Eric as he starts googling. I have a feeling we're going to bring up the ending of The Conduit 2,
We are absolutely gonna bring up the conduit too.
where George Washington and Abraham Lincoln show up as like future soldiers.
Yeah, they come out of like a time warp, and it's Lincoln and Washington in like fucking power armor with guns, ready to
the
fuck shit
fuck?
up and help you for the Conduit 3, which did not exist.
God.
There was
Wait,
no
what?
Conduit 3.
That's a thing?
I'm surprised they got I was surprised they got a Conduit 2 out of it. Conduit 1 was kind of shit.
They knew they're like, this is how the game's gonna end. A portal's gonna open, and then you
Portal's
see them
gonna
walk
show
through,
up and
your
then
character's
fucking-
like, oh,
The two presidents show up out of nowhere. The fuck?
Yeah.
why would they allow you to make a game like that?
Why?
Okay,
Not more
sure.
games should have
Because
twists like that,
Japan.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's something anyone can understand. I mean, the end of Space Marine 2, where the dude takes his helmet off and the game goes, oh, look who it is. And I was like, I don't know who the fuck that is.
Yeah.
But that, fucking Washington and Lincoln, that works for anyone.
That is true. That does work well.
Amazing.
Yeah, I think
Black Ops,
the Space Marine
the
2
original
thing
Black
though,
Ops had
it only really works if you
stuff with,
played the
Lincoln,
first game
JFK
recently,
Nixon.
Yeah.
or you still
Yeah.
remember what happened in the first game.
Yeah.
Good. What was the fourth
But
one?
I think what he's talking about is at the end of Space Marine 2,
Man, I feel like
Yes.
like the big mysterious dude takes his helmet off, and then it ends up being Leandros, one of your AI companions in the
NBA
first
Jam.
game.
That came out during the Clinton administration. You could play as Bill Clinton.
Oh. So here's an obscure one. Around the time of the 2008 presidential election, I think it was, there was DLC for Mercenaries 2 that allowed you to play as Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, and Sarah Palin, if memory serves.
The
Really?
fuck?
Yeah.
Really? Mercenaries 2?
What?
Why?
Play Sarah Palin in a game.
Well, if you want to play as Sarah Palin, now you know how.
Who the fuck is even
Dude, I'm
Sarah
sick that day.
Palin?
Oh my god, it's real. I keep thinking you're making
Yeah.
stuff up, and then he,
No, that was a thing. There he is, the old
What the
Obama
shit?
driving a tank.
more this a little more recent than that.
Just as I see
obviously
fucking Barack
Assassin's Creed
Obama
games
there with
have
a rocket
historical
launcher.
figures, but the do you remember
fuck?
the Assassin's Creed 3 DLC sort of like?
Oh yeah, I know that one.
The King Washington.
Yeah,
The Return of King Washington, yeah.
Oh, I didn't play that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't
that
play
one
it,
was
I just
fucking
knew
weird,
what
though.
It was and what it was about. It was about an alternative timeline.
Yeah, it
where
was an
Washington
alternative
decides
timeline
to
where
become
King
King of
Washington
America instead of
becomes
president.
King of America and builds a fucking pyramid in the middle of New York.
because he was tyrannical.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a
no,
big man.
no shit.
Yeah. Do we have any? How come? Did the Queen ever show up? Queen Elizabeth? Did she ever show up in games?
Give me a
It's
moment.
Cool DLC though. I actually really like
Civ,
playing with the abilities they
no,
get
like
to.
that, she shows up.
Get to play with.
Well, Elizabeth
It's still
I
weird,
don't
though.
know if
Very weird.
Elizabeth II
Is she in
shows up
Unity?
any games. In Unity, I don't think so.
Yeah, as in Assassin's Creed Unity.
No, I think it was
Queen
Syndicate.
Queen Victoria shows up in Syndicate, if that's the one you mean.
Yeah,
Oh,
Syndicate. Yeah, there
Syndicate.
we
Yeah,
go.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually, she's
Yeah,
got,
Unity
Black
takes place in
she's got a
France
big scene
or
at the very
Paris.
end where she shows
Syndicate
up to
takes place in
congratulate the main
in
characters and
the-
everyone fanboys
in
over
the
I completely do not remember
UK.
that.
But I'm trying to remember if Queen
In
Elizabeth
London.
II has been depicted in any video games. There was a spitting image of game for the Commodore 64 she might have been in,
Yeah.
but I can't quite remember.
I can't think of any video games that Queen Elizabeth II's been in.
I never
Chat,
put her as
does
like a
anyone know?
game.
Does anyone know Queen Elizabeth II was in any games? Chat. I mean, you'd think
Yeah,
there'd
listen.
be at least one.
Maybe.
There was also a Nintendo game for the 3DS that was like a tactical action game called Project Steam, and one of the characters was steampunk Abraham Lincoln.
Why is it always Abraham
Okay.
Lincoln?
I love it.
I mean that just makes sense. I mean the dude already wears a stovepipe hat. Just replace it with a real stove, and bam, easy peasy.
Go.
Why is it always Abraham Lincoln?
Like, have you? We've talked about him before, but sort of the like grand scale where you are playing like the leader of an army or a nation. You know, stuff like your civs.
Well,
and,
let's not get away from the spirit of the discussion, because if we start talking about leaders, then basically any RPG party leader can be a leader.
no, by that I mean more of like you, because in Civ, aren't you like literally? Do you play as like I'm Gandhi or I'm like?
Yeah,
Like, can you?
well,
I mean,
play as a president?
I don't know. I don't play
Yeah.
Civilization
Yeah.
much.
On ammo.
you pick a kind of like a country or a civilization from history,
Yeah.
and they kind of pick their most famous leader
Yeah.
to.
The AI
Gandhi is India,
Yeah.
and
The AI
Oh,
is
right, yeah,
always,
Civilization.
right, when you deal with the AI,
I actually never played any of those
they're
games.
always
I was never
represented by
really
the most
into like
famous person
those
from that
types of town
country.
builders.
Yeah.
So yeah, India is Gandhi.
Or
Queen
RTSs.
Elizabeth First for England.
yeah,
I don't know who they have for America. Probably George Washington or something.
I think it's Washington.
LBJ.
Yeah.
They did a quick Google search
already.
for LBJ. They're like, oh damn.
It's Joe Biden.
Yeah, it's Joe.
Yeah, he's that old.
Is that was Pagan Min the king of Kriat in?
He was the ruler.
In
of
Far
it.
Cry
I don't know if
4?
He was
Yeah,
king.
Okay.
I think it was
Yeah,
ruler
I guess
though.
I don't know if you could be because did he just was it supposed to be a real nation, or was he kind of
I
just
think
like,
it was
well,
just
I'm annexing this part of the country,
dictator.
it's mine now.
Maybe.
And I rule over it.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it was like a micronation
gotcha.
hidden in the Himalayan mountains.
Yeah. Yeah,
Certainly, certainly had some kind of international like recognition in a sort of North Korean kind of way.
Yeah, he definitely did have like a bit of.
Man, I need to play Far Cry 4 at some point as
Kim
well.
Jong-un.
I've only really
He had North Korean.
that game I've
vibes,
only
certainly.
done the side stuff, and actually I didn't actually play
Yeah, I
any
don't
of
like-
the main campaign.
It's funny that it doesn't. For being, I just feel like there's a million movies and TV shows and stuff about the office of the U.S. president, whether it's like a biopic or a fictional take on a president. And it feels like games have like kind of steered relatively clear of it. There's obviously a few who've like really leaned into the curve with your.
You're asking why has there never been a management game where you literally are the president of the United States running the United States?
To be right, like. There's like, you know, like the idea, like the movies, that game where you're like, oh, you're running a Hollywood studio and you build it up from the ground floor. Like there has to be the equivalent of that.
This is sort of equivalent
No,
to
like
Crusader
Fallout
Kings,
Shelter or
right, of
whatever?
The US.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, maybe the job is boring. Maybe that's why it's like you have to like really.
Well, quite. Yeah, I mean, as I say, Crusader Kings, which is set in medieval times, it lets you play as like contemporary kings of medieval Europe. But that's because history at that time was all like wars and
Chaos, incest.
chaos, kidnappings, invasions, all that kind of
Yeah.
shit. And these days, politics is more sort of well, it's usually based on just paperwork and meetings. I think in the last couple of years, the American presidency has become associated with slightly different ways of approaching things. And perhaps that'll get us back on like contemporary
Yeah, let's
subject
not go
matters.
into that.
Oh yeah, Abdel Corrales mentions the Tropico games where you play as like a dictator of a banana republic.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, which,
but again,
that would have more fun
more
options.
likely,
Yeah,
that's more fun.
yeah.
Why? So I guess the real question is, why isn't there a game where you play as Kim Jong-un, controlling with like a management game, running North
But maybe
Korea?
like Civilization.
Literally anyone could probably run the country better than he does.
I bet if you dig deep enough into Steam, there's a game.
Yeah.
Probably.
You got to-
I mean, there is a
yeah.
fucking.
How
There's
much
a,
money are you gonna
I think there
divert
is some
into
stuff on
making
like
nuclear
Hitler
weapons,
even
and how much is
on
gonna go
Steam,
into
so
growing
you're bound to
grass
find
on the
something
front lawn
on
of
King
Paris for
Jong.
people to eat.
There's definitely probably a mod for like Tropico or something like that, or Civ.
Yeah. That's really funny.
By the way, vote Democrat if you're in America.
Please.
I, on behalf of Second Wind, officially endorse the Democrats and Kamala Harris, the president. Why the fuck not? I mean, I heard someone said the other day that they had a sign in their window that said Harris Waltz, and then under that, obviously, sort of in italics.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that kind of sums it up for me.
Yeah.
And go vote. Go vote.
Yeah.
If you have the means, go do it.
Yeah, Marty, vote. You're literally the only one here who can
what?
vote.
I'm gonna
Go
vote
do
for
that.
you. I'm gonna vote once for each
Yeah,
of you
vote
guys.
for him. Really, really gonna do something.
Yeah.
You just want
not
free
fraud.
cookies, dude. You just want free
Yeah.
This,
cookies.
yeah, this
I do,
one
yeah,
really
I'm gonna
didn't
vote for
age
you.
that
I
well.
mentioned earlier how my local voting
Not that I'm
place
against
has homemade
their
cookies
political
after you vote,
opinion,
which is
just
very exciting. I think it's
the
great.
end result
See, that's
didn't
the
really,
standard in Australia. Like,
happen.
It's like tradition for there to be a sausage sizzle at the voting party.
I still think a sausage sizzle is such a. First off, a sausage sizzle is
Yeah.
just like a wonderful mix of words. But I just really like the idea of going rocking the vote, and you get a little sausage on the way out.
Oh yeah.
Incidentally, Australia also has really spectacular voting participation, and you know why? Because it's the law. They've got mandatory voting over there. If you don't
the
vote, you
law.
get fined.
Oh, I thought it was good because of the sausage sizzle.
No. Well, the sausage sizzle is sort of this carrot where the fine is the stick.
Well, no, you just get fined if you don't take the sausage sizzle. You gotta take one, and they watch you.
You know
eat
what? Yeah, it's
Give me more ammo, I
un-Australian
don't want
to not
fucking
go to
other
the
shit.
sausage sizzle afterwards.
it. Exactly.
It was so weird hearing the word un-Australian. I don't think
Yeah.
I've ever heard on any other nation except American.
Yeah, it certainly sounds weird if you say un-British.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess it's
I think
because
it's
Nobody else says it. Nobody else
I guess
uses
the
it in that
I
context.
think it's because the US is more sort of fervently patriotic and has a much clearer national identity, and Britain, well, most modern British people are sort of embarrassed about British imperialism, so aren't quite so patriotic in that way.
I was asked that
guess.
yesterday. Met some Americans, and they asked me about how I felt about the.
Yeah, this fucking gun
the
eats a
Royals
lot of
and,
bolts,
you
though.
know,
Holy
that whole
shit.
system. I just didn't know what to say. I was like,
I got a fucking text from mother-in-law the day like Queen Elizabeth died, and she said, "I just heard. Let me know if you need any support."
Was it serious?
God.
I said, "I don't fucking care. I didn't know the woman."
I didn't know, huh?
If the two of you would have tried to take time off from work, like I need some time
Yeah.
to grieve.
Yeah.
He's a dead for that.
In this,
Well, apparently we
Some random
got
person
away
I
with
had no
it, so-
idea died.
Yeah. No, I remember there's an episode of The Simpsons. Do you remember that episode of The Simpsons where Lisa sees her future and she gets engaged to a British lord?
I think I know that one.
Where the Simpsons sort of accidentally burn and shove manure onto a British flag, and it makes the British guy cry. And that scene never rang true for me. I was like, well, British people wouldn't give a shit. It's just a flag. It's a
Yeah, it's just a
cloth.
fucking flag.
We don't have that flag fetishism that the Americans do.
Yeah, I always notice it more on. I watch a lot of American football, and they'll always during the games they'll have like the flyovers, and then you'll sing the national anthem and God bless it. Like it's just like four different patriotic songs, and then $1 million worth of jets flying over, and I'm like, what are we doing? Who enjoys this?
Yeah, America tends to be a little bit too
I think
patriotic.
jets are cool.
Just a little.
I think jets are cool because they can blow up the kaiju when they attack.
No, they can't. They fail.
No, they can't. They try.
Blow up the
They
kaiju.
try and they fail.
Yeah, Americans tend to do
so
that shit.
miserably.
Meanwhile, most other fucking countries just sing the fucking national anthem
Anyway,
or
shall we
whatever.
go to super chats since we
yeah.
I guess we got distracted from the video game theme. All right then. Sir Goodwill gives 29.99 PLNs and says, "Oh, hang on, is that the first one?" Let me
No, that's not
double
the
check
first
that.
one at all. I think that was a huge lie. I think Foss is my first one.
Oh, there we go. Yes. Fast gives £99 and says, "My fave will always be Commander Zavala from Destiny 2. Lance Reddick embodied that role. His speeches were a rallying cry for the community. Keith David brings a new take to Zavala, which works well."
I didn't know
Keith David's in fucking everything.
Yeah,
didn't know
keep
he
this
does
tends
the
to show up in a
new
lot of shit.
Zavala.
I mean, don't blame him. The
Yeah,
guy
took
has a
over
really
Lance
good
Reddick.
voice.
Man, what a pair of people to play the character.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Keith David was great. We just did we did our monthly Phoenix.
Yeah, I always look
Patreon
forward
movie
to when
hang, the other week and watched the
anything
thing.
has Keith David ever since
yes,
I
I
heard
forgot he was in
his
that.
singing voice in like The
May or may not
Princess
be
and the
a thing.
Frog.
There's no way to know.
He was also in Saints Row 4 playing Keith David.
Yeah.
Right. He played himself more
Is it you,
in the
like,
Saints Row
vice
games, I
president,
think.
Or like your,
Yeah. You literally hired Keith David to be your vice president because you thought you needed like a.
It wasn't? I think he was also in the
fatherly
first game.
voice.
Yeah, I think
He's
so.
great. Yeah.
The first or the second?
He's
Man,
the
I need
one.
to go back and play those.
And he's the one party member you can't seduce because Keith
Yeah.
David ain't up for that shit.
Yeah. Standards.
Unseducible.
Yeah.
Alex Armstrong gives $5 and says, "Doing okay, except my dumb friends are trying to convince me VR with motion controls are the best ever, and using Super Hot VR, Half-Life Alyx, and Beat Saber as proof." Well, you know what? Beat Saber's a lot of fun in VR.
Yeah.
As much as I'm down on motion controls generally. I think it's fine.
And also, Half-Life Alyx might be one of the best VR experiences ever made. It's insane. But I do feel like if you take it out of VR and just made it a
And the VR
mouse
tends to be
keyboard game, it'd
pretty
be very
restored,
lackluster. But the action of having the
niche.
motion controls and
Yeah,
reloading the gun and
it's like the
shooting
most
yourself
niche
stuff
thing they can
is
think of VR.
Good. You should
Right, at
Alex,
least
give
right
it a
now.
go. I'd
How
highly
many people
recommend
actually own a
Half-Life Alyx.
VR headset?
Yeah, still gonna
Unless
be
they
limited to a
play,
niche
I don't know, VR chat
because
or
it's
some shit.
VR. It's a very, very well made game.
I did a quick little replay of Arkham Asylum this weekend, and man, I really want to play that Arkham VR game.
Me too.
yeah.
I want to get a
Hell
question.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or I want just someone else to play it and just tell me all about it.
Well, watch a YouTube Let's Play. That's what they're for.
But I don't know that person.
Well, someone buy me a Quest 3 and I'll do a review of it in fully random.
Nick.
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 Hey, Nick already said he'd get me one. Nick, please.
Give him a copy of the game.
Hey, I'm the tentpole reviewer. Send me one.
You get a quest.
damn
3.
it.
Well, how about you each get a quest 1.5?
All right.
But then we'd have to combine our powers, like in fucking Dragon Ball Z.
You get the left eye. You get the right eye.
Both wearing the headset. Press the controllers together.
Fox D gives $5 and says, Mr. House of Fallout New Vegas. Classic, say what you will about him, but he's better than any of the alternatives type.
Oh yeah, I haven't played a lot of the Fallout games. They're patriotic, or like they have a.
Yeah, I haven't played any of the
Vision of
Fallout games as well. I should probably at some
Like,
point.
look at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the one set in Washington? Was that Fallout 3?
I just didn't.
I mean, wasn't
I
that
just
like
prefer.
Austin, Appalachia?
I do tend to see them sometimes
Boston is
on
Fallout?
Vinted
Oh, no, that's
when I
Fallout
tend to
4,
get my
that's Fallout,
games.
Yeah.
But I prefer getting like the
just like
ultimate
Fallout 3?
editions or the versions that
Yeah, I think Fallout
have
3
all
was
the
decent.
DLC on the
76.
disc.
Was the president just like a big old?
And I don't
like a
tend
big old
I
mutant?
don't tend to see those
I
often.
think, yeah, one of part of the plots in 3 was that there's a president who's like a computer president or something.
President John Henry Eden.
There you
Dead
go.
Kit.
Is he a brain in a jar?
Yeah.
Something like
Sure.
that. Alex Armstrong gives $2 and says, you know the most badass leader, Saints Row Protag? Yes, certainly was.
Did you get elected as president in Saints Row? What happened there?
Yeah,
You
well, you in the intro you foil a terrorist bombing by riding the missile down to ground and become like an international hero, and that's how you get elected president.
you ride it down to the ground like in
Well,
Doctor
Strangelove?
Like you just
Yeah,
kind of
Doctor
mount it
Strange.
like
Yeah, I was just thinking
You
of
sort
that.
of like sacrifice yourself and then deflect it so it lands harmlessly somewhere, and you parachute into the Oval Office as a sort of like reference to the fact that you will now be elected president because you're so popular with the people.
Yeah,
Amazing.
that's how our elections go. Apparently,
Yeah, sure.
that president in Fallout 3 was voiced by Malcolm McDowell as well.
I thought he was. That just popped into my head.
Yeah.
Weird that the president should be a British person, but you know.
Yeah,
Arnold
yeah,
Schwarzenegger
Malcolm
could be
McDowell
mayor of
actually shows up
California, anything
on
can
a
happen.
few games that I know of. Showed up in there, then he also showed up in God of War 3.
Did you know?
Yeah, I think
that,
so.
Dr. Bashir, Alexander Siddig.
He was
his
one
maternal
the
uncle is Malcolm
he was
McDowell.
the architect with the cube in the middle of the game.
Wow.
In fact, he changed his name from Siddig El Hadil to Alexander Siddig in reference to the character Alex, played by Malcolm McDowell in A Clockwork Orange.
Okay.
It is wild.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Because they are a horrific character.
Well, nevertheless. One of my favourite Kubrick films, Clockwork Orange, but yeah.
It's
I mean,
an incredible film.
Goody.
it is a bit rapey,
Just
a bit.
Just a smidge.
Just a
Just a
smidge.
bit.
you know. That's kind of the point. John Brooks gives £10 and says, the best, worst, and weirdest leader in video games, me, in every Age of Empires, Civ, and Historic and Warhammer Total War campaign I have ever done.
There we go.
There we go.
Do you think anyone's ever played through one of those campaigns and like cracked their knuckles and was like, yeah, I could do this. I think this is some good on-the-job trading. I think I'm
10
ready.
minutes later, the whole empire's on, it's on
Is there a
fucking
game
flames.
you played where you finished it and you thought I could do this in real life?
Nope.
Truck simulator.
Probably
I
not.
don't think I drive a truck. I'd like to power wash.
Eh,
in
maybe
real life.
power wash,
I
yeah.
can barely drive a truck in Truck Simulator.
Yeah, I was thinking of
I
that
want
too.
a
Yeah,
power
I didn't. I haven't
Just-
played
I
Power
want- I
Wash
want-
Simulator, but it
put me
actually
in-
looks
put me
kind
in
of fun.
Shrek's house and let me just power wash that fucker.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty
Although
easy.
with
You
that
just point-
with that type of game, I think
Yeah,
it
that's
probably
the thing.
would have been best.
It just feels like
I think
would
it might
very
be best if I
gratifying.
do it on PC instead of like console.
King and Commoner gives
Yeah, I
$5.
think that might be best.
Who has a very appropriate name for this podcast.
Maybe I could just get
should
both
say.
versions and just
And says,
try
"Wanna
it,
give
try
props
it
to
out for
President Michael
myself.
Wilson for Metal Wolf Chaos. The reason is because he is the president of the United States of America.
Man, I missed that. FromSoft undoubtedly are making better games than they've ever made, but I miss back when they were just putting out real weird shit to like the high.
Tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
I feel the same way about Suda 5-1 sometimes. I miss when
Yeah.
they were really punk before they
Yeah.
were mainstream punk.
I think maybe FromSoft are just taking their, ever since
Taking-
Dark Souls, all Demon Souls, they're just taking their narratives a bit too seriously, and It's all very glum and dark and you know, rich with lore, which I absolutely love. But I
Right,
also
but
do
there has to be some variety what they do.
Kind of weird and fun.
Well, I think I said in.
I mean, I know a few games from Dark Souls pre-software games.
There's always a little like sort of.
I don't remember their
cheesy
names, but I know a couple. And actually,
mushrooms
kinda
and
cool.
the turtle with the Pope hat.
It always feels like they wanna like. There's someone on the team who's like, we want to do this, but this is all we can get in this game. It's
I just want more of it.
Yeah.
It feels like they dip a toe in, and I want to put an entire get your ankle in there.
Yeah. Hit your ankle.
Gives $2 and says, in honor of Dr. Theo and their missing super chat.
Thank you, Dr. Teo. Couldn't
Okay.
donate today.
just puts
R.I.P.
fucking
Dr. Theo.
dollar
Nah,
bill there.
R.I.P. Dr. Theo's not dead.
And then Sir Goodwill gives $29.99 PLNs and says, if you could make any minor NPC a leader just to see chaos unfold, who would it be? And congrats on your first anniversary. Well, hold on to those congrats for a bit longer. We're doing a special day of streaming to mark it.
Yeah, Saturday the 16th.
Yeah.
We'll all be there. Will you?
It's coming.
Will you?
NPC, like what
That would cause
character would you
chaos.
just immediately vault into being
A Moogle from Final Fantasy.
Resident Moogle? Could you imagine?
Yes. Yes.
Or
It
like a
would be the
Luma.
best.
A
It
Moogle?
would be the best
Why?
presidency.
Just saying fucking Koopo all the time?
Ooh,
They could
patches.
talk in some. I think in Final Fantasy 9 they could talk.
Yeah, I believe in 6 they can talk as well. Patches? You think patches for Prez?
Patches. President Patches.
Well, he said
up.
he knows how to stab the right back.
That's true.
I know, right?
Yeah. Tingle?
He was like,
Tingle.
instead of building a wall, he would just dig a massive pit in the center of America and just
Yeah.
just stand by it and just kick people into it.
Yeah, he'd just,
We're
he'd
going
just-
out to spit.
yeah, he'd just wait for Putin to come along, and he'd say, "Hey, I think there might be some unoppressed Ukrainians down there."
He kicks him right in the ass. Classic patches.
Oh, there's some shiny nuclear weapons down there.
Yeah.
Kick.
Vintage patches.
Right. The guy's gonna be doing some stuff, so he's gonna be AFK for a little bit.
And then Alex Armstrong comes back with $2 and says, "Borderlands Handsome Jack wins most insane leader."
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, I don't trust that man.
He runs one of the corporations, right? The like. I might be remembering it wrong.
Yeah, I believe so. And like the corporations are ostensibly the government in
Yeah.
like
In that game.
Edgy.
in Borderlands. You know what? I feel like corporations are.
Bro,
the
I have
government
so
anyway,
many
right?
fucking games I want to play at some point.
Make sure to vote.
And then you wonder why I still have so many fucking games. And then you wonder why I don't play new games, because there's so much shit that on like the PS3 era that I never played before.
Really?
Sorry, I just counted 5 weeks, and you could do a really funny thing. By
Because I
wearing a
didn't
green
grow up
hat
with the
to Omar
PS3.
Sweaty.
I went from the PS2 straight to the PS4, so I never played anything on PS3 before, like before
No, Jigglypuff is a
2017.
base. Wigglytuff is its evolution, and I believe there's Igglytuff, which was added later as a baby version of Jigglypuff.
Oh my goodness. That's got even fewer letters.
That's cute. I like it.
Yeah, I believe Wigglytuff looks almost more like a rabbit.
I thought the game would give you like
like kind
a
of like a bat
countdown.
rabbit.
Yeah.
It would automatically spawn you.
Jigglypuff's just like a ball.
Yeah, with a little
Just a
kind of
just a
swirly
little-
hair thing on top.
Just a little hairy testicle of a Pokemon.
Yeah, real little hairy testicle.
Yeah.
It's not a fake.
Oh, look who it is. It's Tsunami Dusha giving $20 and saying nothing as always.
Welcome, Tsunami Dusha.
Legend.
Thank you for
Just
your
give the
douching.
money.
And then Fox D
There you go.
gives $2 and says El Presidente from Tropico needs mentioned, which we did bring up.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the present.
Sovereign gives €10 and says this is a very boring pick, but I'd say NCR President Tandy from Fallout 2. Just a very competent leader that everyone loved. Then in Fallout New Vegas, it's shown that everything went downhill the moment she passed away.
Yeah.
I know she did a good job.
If you want a female president to come along and sort everything out, I've got good news for you. You can make that happen, Americans, tomorrow, or already if you've already voted.
And if you go to certain municipal halls in rural Wisconsin,
Again, that didn't
maybe
age
you'll
well.
get a cookie for your...
Yeah, maybe.
Or if you fly to Australia, maybe you'll get a sausage. Who knows? Wait, that's the lady we were talking about. Who's the good president? She looks like she looks a little bit like a zombie. She looks like
Do you reckon Kamala
She looks
would
like a
be
ghoul.
like even further into the running if she looked like that? If you look
That's
like
what-
a
that-
ghoul.
That's what she will look like if she gets 2 terms by the end of it. That's what always
my
happens
God,
to
yeah.
presidents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you even look
Oh,
at,
no.
like, compare a picture of Barack Obama at the start of his presidency and at the very end, it's like he aged
Yeah.
20 years.
But then you get some of those years back afterwards. Like Obama looks better now than he did in 2016.
Well, I'm sure
Yeah.
he's got
Right.
plenty of time to go skiing
Yeah,
and shit.
it's
now.
less
Still
fucking
looking
stress
great,
on you,
playing
I guess.
saxophone, ogling, doing a ton of ogling.
I'm sorry, have you seen Clinton lately?
Yeah, he was very old looking when he gave his speech
Oh, really?
at the DNC.
Yeah, he's
God.
lost so much weight. He's like a scarecrow now.
He went to McDonald's.
Oh my god.
Remember when he
Well,
used to
help.
go running and go to McDonald's and get a breakfast sandwich? The 90s were wild. He'd wear these short
man.
shorts and he'd go on a run and he'd go to McDonald's every day and get a bacon, egg, and cheese.
Every
hate
day.
breakfast
As the
sandwiches.
Right
president.
then,
As
right
president.
then he wonders why his
Would he be like
cholesterol
followed
is so
by an
fucking
entourage
high.
of Secret Service peeps, or
Eating fucking pancakes every goddamn day.
would assume.
I don't have all the answers.
yeah, crazy.
You don't like breakfast sandwiches?
I don't really like egg.
Oh.
I don't really like egg-based foods. Like
I don't get
scrambled eggs,
why
fried
people.
eggs and
I don't get
shits.
people that
I
eat
mean, I
fucking
eggs if it's
like
in a cake batter. or something,
sugary
made into a-
stuff.
I don't like
But if it's
food
like
based
sugary
eggs.
cereal
But if it's
yeah,
primarily
for breakfast,
egg-focused
like
dishes, I really can't
chocolate
stomach
peak
it.
or whatever.
Oh,
That's
man, I love
bullshit.
it. Oh, I love
I don't
it.
get
okay,
that shit
fair.
like at all. Like the first thing you should be
Orange
doing,
Kitty
you should
and
be
the
eating
Venom
right,
in the Green
right
Gang
from the
says
morning is
president
something
gets
healthy.
camped 3 minutes into RE6. Was that supposed to be Ashley's dad? I always wondered that. Because Ashley, of course, in RE4 is like the president's daughter, and then in RE6, Leon has to put down a zombie president, and it's established that he and the zombie president were old friends. So I assume
Yeah.
maybe they became.
Or maybe it's
must
just a
be
different
Ashley's dad,
president.
Yeah.
That's supposed to take place like more than 8 years later, is it?
I don't know, but they seem
Maybe.
pretty chummy, and one way to get chummy with the president would probably be to rescue their daughter from evil Spaniards.
Yeah. That,
Yeah,
that's
no,
the
I
quick
could-
way to
probably
make
could've
friends.
just been a
And then
different
take
president.
Take a cool jet ski ride together.
You know, it's possible that Leon was just in the Secret Service and then was like served every president, but I think it's common for like the personal bodyguards of a president to like be attached to them after their presidency as well.
I think Leon Kennedy is more of a title, like a James Bond. Yeah, that's how I think Leon's work.
Well, that would explain a few things.
Yeah.
And they have to get like facial reconstruction surgery to look like Leon.
They're just a haircut.
Yeah, they get
Just
the
a
same
haircut,
shit that
that's all anyone
happened to
notices.
a random
Yeah,
dude
like-
in Phantom Pain. He just ends up looking like fucking Big Boss.
Alex Armstrong gives $2 and says, more charismatic leaders of all, Far Cry villains.
Which Far Cry main villain would you be fine with seeing as president? Probably none. Voss, I don't want as president. Pagan
Yeah,
Min,
Voss
maybe.
now.
Better
Pagan
than
Min maybe.
crazy, like,
And the
religious
one from
cult
Far
in
Cry 5 probably
5. I don't
definitely
want them.
not.
What about Gus Fring in Far Cry
Yeah,
6?
I'd say Gus
Very
was character.
charismatic. He's very charismatic. So yeah, the
I
Jackal.
can just see him as a leader, right?
Sure.
What's the
Oh, yeah,
actor's
the
name?
Jackal from, like,
Giancarlo
Far Cry 2.
Osito.
Yeah. Esposito, like Ben
Fantastic
Esposito.
actor.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Although it's weird how he looks so much older in Better Call Saul.
Right.
Yeah.
When it's
From my
supposed to take
understanding,
place
I think
before
this was
Breaking
like
Bad.
Yeah.
confirmed by
Bloody
someone
time,
at
how they-
Ubisoft as well. The main villain from Far
I
Cry
guess that's
2,
the
the
problem with
Jackal,
all the
was
actors in
confirmed to
Better
be
Call Saul in
the
the
main character, the main playable character from the
Cesar
first game, I
Espinoza
think.
gives 5 pens and says, when playing in current consoles, do you guys go for performance or fidelity mode? I usually go performance because I'm used to being a PC gamer.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Yeah, I usually go performance as well, because a lot of times I'll be
Agreed.
playing,
I'd rather go
like,
performance as well, just to make
if I'm,
so
if I'm
just
playing
that
something for
you know
work
the
on a
game runs
smallish monitor,
better.
like
Yeah, so I don't give a shit about 4K.
fidelity.
Who cares?
That important,
Who's
yeah.
shit?
Yeah.
And also, like, we're usually capturing footage for work, and having a 60 FPS performance mode is just going to give smoother gameplay for the videos.
Yeah, I
and
think
stuff.
most people give more of a shit about frame rate than
Prize Fighter
just
gives
how the
4.99
fucking
and says,
game works.
creating inaccurate leader history in Civilization games is always worth a laugh. Isn't it true that Gandhi was always like the massive war hawk because of a bug in like old Civilization
yeah.
games?
He would rush nukes, I believe, and
He was supposed to have the lowest aggression, but there
It
was
is a
some
bug.
quirk of the programming that it rolled back to maximum aggression.
yeah,
somehow.
they set it to 0 or something, but it rolled back and went to
Okay, that's
100, and
Yeah.
it just started
Uh,
nuking
like
everyone.
what
It was
made Gandhi
amazing.
the most fucking cartoonishly evil
Alex
fucking
Armstrong gives $2 and says Bowser's a working class
character in that
leader.
game.
I
Fuck
vote
me.
for him. Yes, I'm not afraid to be hands-on. That's always something I respected about Dr. Robotnik as well. He was always prepared. He was always showed on to fight you personally in every boss fight. He might have put animals in robots, but he wasn't above demonstrating he was willing to put faith in his own machines.
Yeah. Yeah, I always appreciate that.
Like, you'd say to him, how would you like it if we put you in a robot? He'd be like, I'd do that to myself every fucking level.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
See that robot? It looks like me. I'm in it.
Yeah. What are you complaining about?
That's me.
I'm the
Now you're much harder to kill.
Eggman, that's what I
arguably,
am.
although you still explode in one hit if Sonic touches you.
I always like a robot or a ship that looks like its creator. Or it's the person inside of it, like a Dr. Robotic robot that looks like him, or like Samus's
Right,
ship.
like the
that's
fucking
just her
death
head.
egg.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
my
mean,
favorite one of that is
why did he even need to put animals in the robots? I mean, they weren't piloting them because they were acting
lonely.
hostile towards Sonic.
It was lonely.
Or maybe they were piloting them. Maybe the animals were going, no, please don't break me out of this shell, Sonic. I really like being in this robot
I
body.
finally have a job. I have responsibility.
Sonic, I can pick things up. I have thumbs in this robot.
No, Sonic, you're taking those away from us.
Yeah, Robotnik was the people's hero, turns out.
Yeah.
Some people call Robotic
He
the
giving,
People's Princess.
he giving job to the unemployed.
Hjorth87 gives DKK50 and says, not gang per se, but Kane from Command & Conquer, the leader of the Brotherhood of Nod. He's camp, he's hammy, he's great, a real villain.
I like that. I like a little camp. I like a little ham.
Yeah.
I feel like in some of these games too, there was it a Command and Conquer game where J.K. Simmons played a president?
I think so. Yeah, before he was like really famous.
Simmons, yeah, back when he was doing games. Yeah,
Do you-
Howard T. Ackerman.
Do you know what? I've been playing, because it came through my graphics card, I've been playing a bit of Star Wars Outlaws, which I know you guys have covered, but
It's a
Okay.
load of old shites.
It's not a
Yeah.
load of old shite.
well, it's certainly one of the games of all
It's a
time.
lot of new
But the
shite.
main thing that I did enjoy about it was the fact that the main villain, every time they kept cutting back to him, he was just crying about his ship. And he was just like, they took my ship! It's so important to me! And then it would cut away, and I'd be like, do you know what? I can relate. This is just some ultra-rich, powerful dude who only gives a shit about his collectible item.
I
And
got
I'm
one
just
thing I
upset
really
and
like
took
it, and they took it from me.
And I was like,
yeah.
I really like this. He's not trying
like
to
you-
ruin the world. He's just like upset you've taken his ship. I love it.
It's like he took away Donald Trump's gold toilet.
Oh, that's where I take my shits.
No, it's like how Team Rocket in the Pokemon anime was just like really obsessed with kidnapping Pikachu for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it.
Big Barazzi gives $5 and then says nothing, trying to rip off Tsunami Douche's shtick.
Ooh.
And then I Believe in Doodoo Man gives $5 and says clone of best president in history, FDR, in the worst Beth game in history, Starfield. Not going to say who I voted for, but
Starfield?
it upset 98% of you.
Okay.
Wait, did FDR was in like a clone of FDR is in Starfield?
Man, they should have front-loaded that higher.
Yeah.
The-
Should be the first character you meet Starfield.
yeah, it's not
They
like
should
the
have
first
done anything
thing I hear
from
of that.
loading
I don't
anything
even
other
know
than
who
that
FDR is.
god-awful tutorial. My god.
Yeah. Fox D gives $5 and says, oh shit, hang on, it jumped down on me. The US election would be a lot better if more than 7 states got a voice in the outcome. It's something a game would do as a parody of elections. Well, I keep saying, like, drop the fucking electoral college thing and just make it the popular vote. But then you bring that up and they say, no, but then the Republicans would never get to be in power. And I'm like, yeah, that's how it fucking works. It's not like
sounds like democracy.
it's not like 5-year-olds playing. It's not like you won last time, so now you have to let me win to be fair.
Yeah.
So, educate me. Electoral college. In baby dumb terms, what is?
For
Well,
non-American
basically,
terms.
How it works is each state has a set number of electoral college votes, and whoever gets the most of those gets to be president. So California has 54 electoral college votes. If California, like as a whole, votes for you to be president, then you get 54 points.
Okay.
And the first one to 270
Okay.
gets to be president. And the reason why it's fucked is because California has 54 and Wyoming has 3 to reflect the difference in population, but that is still massively overrepresenting Wyoming.
Yeah.
Because Wyoming has a population of like 500,000 people and California has like 100 million people.
Yeah. Damn. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. So I think for it to be fair, I looked at this up once. Wyoming would have to get 1 electoral vote and California would have to get like 117.
Thank you.
Ease.
For it to represent population.
So is that why swing states are really important? Because you,
Yeah.
or is that just because it's like undecided and you
Yeah,
block
Yeah,
the,
like,
like,
Wisconsin has 10 or whatever.
Because it's all or nothing. Wisconsin has 10 points. If it's like 49% Democrat and 51% Republican, all those points go to the Republican president nominee.
wow.
I know. It's dumb.
It is dumb.
As
I mean, it's
resident of
America.
Wisconsin, it's very
Everything
dumb
in
that so many
America is
elections
fucking
come down
dumb.
to, like Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. What are we doing in Ohio?
Go out and vote, guys.
Get those cookies.
Yes. For fuck's
Get those
sake.
sausages.
Get those sausage bakes. Sausage sizzles, excuse me.
Oh, here comes Big Barazzi again to give 10 SRs and say games where you play as president, democracy. Well, certainly what it feels like these days, thanks to the fucking mainstream media.
Yes, it's all just a
Don't worry, you
fucking
can go on Twitter,
clown
that's where
show
real news.
everywhere.
That's where that billionaires don't have their fingers in the pie of Twitter.
Look at her. Grr, shake fist.
Good.
Alex Armstrong gives $2 and says best leader of all time, Baltimore or Tapparella? Well, perhaps I shouldn't answer this one because I'm biased.
Also, season 4 might sway us one way or another.
Man, that's very true. I'm swinging towards Mort, but that's just me.
Well, you're a sucker.
Get fucked.
Big Barazzi then comes back with 10 $. It says Ronald Reagan is an AI god in Wastelands 3. Man,
I don't know if these
what is
things
it with
are
all
real.
these?
Are these things
all
real?
these fucking
People just making them up.
all these fucking post-apocalyptic games and their fucking
They have
AI
like that presidents on them.
FDR in Starfield and Ronald Reagan AI god in Wasteland. Very good.
Hjorth87 gives 20 Danish kroner and says, fun fact, Far Cry 5 was 80% off /after January 6th. Was that coincidence or just very savvy marketing?
One person just like went to the Steam store and was like, plunk. That's a lot.
Amazing work.
Well, remember like what was Iron Lung? Didn't it?
Iron Lung. I was just about to say that.
After that the sub explosion or implosion or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Like some massive spike in sales.
Well, the one that was controlled by a fucking
James Morgan gives $1.99 and
controller.
says, have you ever tried Virtuix Omni? No. That's the first time I've ever seen those letters of the alphabet put together in that specific order.
Is that's the treadmill thing? I have tried this actually. I tried this at like a PAX or something a long time ago.
Oh,
It's like,
omnidirectional treadmill. You should have said.
yeah, yeah,
the fuck am I looking at?
yeah. It's that. Have you ever tried that?
I feel like I'd get very tired very fast.
Yes.
And one of the advantages of controllers is that you can just play Half-Life all day and not get really, really tired.
Yeah.
Man, that's the thing with peripherals, though.
But it
They're
is
kind of
good for you
neat,
to
but
get
after a while, you just prefer
Like,
the
Maybe I
older
don't
like
want
way
to
of
do
playing
things that are
games.
good for me. Maybe I want to veg on the couch and eat cake.
Yeah.
All right, fair
It's
enough.
when I'm having my fun times.
Yo,
You
what
can
now?
eat cake on the Omni as well.
But I'd probably
drop it
spill
and
the
stuff on
cake.
it.
Oh no!
Yeah.
You spill cake?
I
Do you
wouldn't say
spill
spill.
cake? Is it a liquid?
You spill a solid?
Well, if it's something like a
Crummy?
chantilly
Spill
cake, then if the chantilly cake fell off the plate, then you'd get cream all over
I mean,
whatever it
Bundle
fell
Lock
on.
also tends to be a little
Okay,
liquid.
fair enough. That is spilling your cake, yeah.
Chantilly cake.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that
chantilly cake, surely.
one
Maybe I've
Gordon
had it. I
Ramsay
only know
episode
chantilly
when he
from
went to
Chantilly
Portugal
Lace,
to
the
cook.
song.
Well, chantilly cream is
He
just
showed off
like
like
whipped cream
Pond
with like
Lock
a bit
cake
of
and like very
icing sugar in
liquid.
it
Oh yeah,
to
I
like
love that.
to firm it up a bit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and Whole Foods actually does a really nice chantilly cake, with just like the entire outside is covered in chantilly cream, and there's like berries and stuff in the middle.
Look at that.
I kind of want one now. Yes, Eric, there you go. That's a chantilly cake.
That looks great. Looks very patriotic too.
It actually looks really good though.
Witticism gives $20 and says, big chat this week. Wanted to say how much I
Okay,
enjoyed
looks
last week's
really
episode.
good.
I'm sorry I couldn't catch it live. I did catch a screening of Grand Theft Hamlet the day before, and that movie has a lot of heart. I recommend it.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we talked about. That's the production of Hamlet inside of GTA Online.
Well,
What?
they should have done it in Red Dead Redemption Online. Maybe that would give that game something to fucking do.
Oh
right.
my god, so true.
And yet, Red Dead Online's so fucking dead compared to GTA.
Fungus Finder gives $2, says, yeah, it's his money to please the editors to vote again. Vote, you big idiots. Unless you want your spouse to die of a septic abortion.
There you go.
What?
Gonna set that point himself.
King and Commoner gives $5 and says, feels appropriate to bring up Andrew Ryan, visionary leader of Rapture, who's definitely not at fault for anything.
Sure.
Well, it's just because people weren't objectivist enough.
Would that have fixed everything?
If everyone had been more objectivist, that society would have worked perfectly.
Hey, it wasn't Andrew Ryan's fault. It was all the drugs. It was the plasmid's fault.
It was New Year's Eve's fault.
It was
Everyone
everyone
got too
else's
rowdy.
fault.
How dare you roll over into a new celestial cycle, you fucks?
Wow.
There we go.
I think
All
the
done with
point
this
of
gun.
Bioshock was that if you've got a vision for utopia, that's literally only your vision for utopia. And if you try to force everyone else to live in it, there's a lot of people who will have arguments over what actually counts as
At
utopia.
least this gun's finally fucking done. Holy shit.
Because I'm sure some people would find some things for utopia that a lot of other people wouldn't. Like some people like eating fish. And so my idea of utopia would be one where nobody eats fish because I don't like fish.
No, I don't want to live there.
There you go.
Quick revolt.
Dale Mallows gives $2 and says, I need to take a piss. Well,
He's pissed himself
She
this whole time.
shows
Oh my
up-
God, Eric,
shows a
look,
picture
hold
of a
up.
fucking
Little baby-
statue.
Little baby statue from taking a piss.
there's a British euphemism for taking a piss that is called spending a penny. Because the coin-operated toilets in old London town used to cost a penny.
That's good.
Yep. You got paid to take a piss.
But Dale Mallows spent $2 to take that piss, which is a lot more than a penny.
Expensive piss.
It's a big piss
Yeah,
right
It's
there.
like 200 pisses.
I know.
Well, yeah, I guess he's sort of, thinking ahead. He just sort of banked 200 pisses for the next few months.
He's got, yeah, exactly.
Well, he's paying it forward, right? He pays $2 and the toilet is open for 200 pisses.
Oh, wow.
Like,
What a
Pass on to the next
humanitarian.
person. I know.
Sir Goodwill, member for 5 months in Dipjar. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Alex Armstrong gives $2 and says, weirdest for me is Robotnik. He wants theme parks.
I'm kind of pro theme parks. I'm pro. If that's if that's what Robotnik is running on, I'm kind of pro that.
I mean, he wanted theme
Stalker
parks
Bolt,
and
right,
to
yeah.
kill all the woodland creatures. Or turn them into robots.
I'm extremely allergic to animals with dander.
Okay,
so
that
if he
one's
wants to
just
put those
headshots,
animals
okay.
in robots, I'm
Sure.
not allergic to robots. So I might be pro Robotnik, if I'm being honest.
But what if they have robotic arms that like funnel the dander into like streams that
Oh
can
my
like
God!
laser
They
focus
just shoot
blast you?
dander.
Yeah,
Dander
it
strings
kills,
at me.
it kills people with allergies.
I mean, I guess he wanted to take over the world, but I feel like someone like Robotnik would be very bored after he'd taken over the world. It feels like he's someone who needs to.
I mean,
have a
didn't he already do
project
that
to get
in
by. I think he'd probably
Forces?
just leave the
What the
actual
fuck
running
was
of the world to
Robotnik doing
local
in,
governance and just
during the
spend
events
all
of
his time
Forces?
all with his model train set after that?
Yeah, knitting is a good hobby rather than taking over the planet.
He gets really into
Yeah.
baking sourdough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gildan Yetich gives $5 and says, Metaphor Fantasio's king comes back as a Majora's Mask moon, saves his assassin, and mandates democracy with big Oz the Great and Powerful energy.
Yes, now he's just
Beautiful.
doing
Yeah,
the
it's a weird one,
chainsaw.
that.
Wow.
Yeah, it's great. It's got a lot of heart. A lot of heart in that scary democracy moon.
Yeah, yeah. This is heart's in the right place, orbiting the Earth inside a giant moon. The dogmatic director, open brackets, J.L. Percival, close brackets, gives $2 and says, didn't COD Blops 2 have a female president in 2025? I think a lot of things have had a
That
female
is
president at one time. or another.
Right. And I think it was almost like a Hillary Clinton surrogate. Man, I forgot about that now
Okay.
until that moment.
Bob.
Marion Bosworth.
Oh, there you go. I think Bombshell.
what
the
game was it?
The
Was it a Call of
top-down
Duty
shooter,
game?
had a female president.
Maybe the later ones. Yeah, I don't remember
Bombshell.
female president in any of the ones that I've played so far.
In the chat lets us know that Vanquish had a female president. I don't remember
Those
that.
progressive Shinji Mikami games.
Yeah.
Who do you think was president in Silent Hill
Oh
2?
yeah, Vanquish. I played that one too. I think there's
James's
like a
dad.
bundled
But he-
on
oh,
PS4
no,
that has,
but he
it comes with
retired to
both
run a,
Bayonetta and that game as
apartment
well.
complex.
There you go.
My dad couldn't be president.
But it's dead, so he can't be president. Dead people can't be
Shit.
presidents. Think about that.
BS Marsh gives $2. Says, I already voted. Have some cash.
Congrats, BS Marsh. We're proud of you.
Reds.
Genova Studios gives $5 and says, Yahtzee, Cadbury egg good, normal egg bad. No full English for you. Can we make Albert Wesker actually president? Now sing the random document song. No. But I will say that if you took most breakfast dishes and replaced the egg with a Cadbury egg, they would suddenly become a lot more palatable to me.
Yeah, it
Nice
depends
little
on the
sweet
Cadbury
treat
egg.
for you at
I
the
think it
end,
depends on the
maybe?
country.
I
mean,
love
Right,
good
yeah, I
English.
think most
I mean,
most people
sausage,
agree that
Cadbury, egg,
European
and bacon
chocolate
and a
tends to
muffin. I can
taste
see
way
that
better
working pretty
compared to
well.
American chocolate.
What's
All right,
in a full,
here's the thing. Well,
what's in a full
pretty
English?
egg, toast, maybe fried toast, black pudding, and that was the thing I was going to ask. What's your gauge on black pudding? Bacon, sausage, beans usually, like baked beans. This is a British thing.
Yeah, full English is
mushrooms,
basically
maybe.
just every single food one could conceivably have for breakfast on
hash
a big plate.
browns. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need the black pudding. Everything else sounds great though.
I have never had black pudding. I mean,
What the hell
I
is
like
it?
sausage
If it is
generally.
black pudding. It's
Dude,
just
I
pudding,
love
but
black pudding.
it's
People get
with
put off
dark
because
chocolate.
It's blood sausage, right? But it is delicious. Like it's so good. Highly recommend.
No, perhaps I should try it one of these days.
You
But
should.
yeah, if you took a full English and took away the egg and put on a Cadbury egg, that would probably be an ideal breakfast for me.
Nice little breakfast dessert at the end.
Yeah. Anyway. Alex Armstrong gives $5 and says Psychonauts' Truman Zanotto wins worst. Got his head get captured by a dentist and his body taken over by a bratty Grolovian prince. What a tosser.
What I
Such
say.
a good sentence.
What a
Also,
tosser.
Truman Zanato is such a good name.
Yeah.
That is just an A+ name.
That is a presidential name.
Yeah.
Was Psychonauts
If you rearranged
2 was
Otto
released on
Zan Truman, which is also
anything
a good
besides
name for a president.
the
Just do that in your
Xbox?
head.
Yeah, I don't remember it being
Yes.
released.
Did you know
I think it was
could
probably
you could
an
change Alec
Xbox
Guinness to genuine
exclusive.
class.
I mean, all I did
I
was
think,
move like two syllables around.
It's a lot of work.
I never played any of the Psychonauts
Man, I love living in
Psychonauts games, but
America.
actually
They're all
they were
weirdly
pretty fun.
impressed by simple mental feats like being able
dumb.
to count.
We're incredibly dumb.
Being
Super
able to
dumb.
count.
It's very impressive.
Hey, check this out. Tomatoes has got 8 letters in it. Yeah,
Get the
you're
fuck out of
impressed.
here. I still think it's wild that you just know. I think it's
I don't
wild that you
I don't.
know.
Well, I don't
But-
just know. I can count them. Like I just saw the word restaurant in that super chat. That's got 10 letters. I just know that it's got 10 letters. I look at it. Look, it's 10 letters. Why do you need to count?
Man, this is some savant shit.
I think you might be the weird one in this scenario, not the Americans. The Americans are usually the weird ones. I'm going to bat for my fellow Americans here.
Americans are only weird if they don't vote. Get fucked.
Damn.
Stop saying Americans, because every time you say Americans, my brain goes 9 letters.
This sounds like
Yeah, you're the
you
weird
thing
one
at this
here.
point.
You're
This
the
sounds
weird
like it's the you thing at this point. Yeah.
It's the you problem.
Man, you guys would be shit at crosswords.
Yes, I am shit at crosswords.
Oh,
I'm mentally ill, mate.
Brad gives $5 and says, I miss when Second Wind was just about creatives' ability to have a voice in their workplace instead of chasing ad dollars and nothing political.
no.
Political.
Well, I'll tell you what, I feel like I have to be political because if Trump gets in again, you will not get so many fully emblematics anymore because I'm going to shoot myself in the face.
There you go.
Damn.
I feel like if that happened, you get no fully Ramomatics.
No.
Yeah, again, this
Well,
podcast
maybe
kind
you
of
should, like, get a looky
really
like
didn't age that well.
Yeah. someone who can count the number of letters in a word very fast.
Yeah, that's part of the interview. Interview also has 9 letters.
Insane.
Abdul Karalis gives $5. Says, "Hey guys, president sounds interesting, but how about best professor in games?"
Ooh.
See, as I understand
Professor
it, you're only
Layton?
a professor if you like.
He's not
teach at
really a professor, he's
university.
more a detective.
I mean, that's how you get that title. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it's doctor.
I mean, fiction throws it around like Professor Oak from.
Yeah, I don't think
Pokemon.
Professor Layton even has a
Who
Who is
fucking
arguably
license.
the worst?
So is Oak in like tenured at a university?
You don't know. Like his lab is one room. His lab is in a studio apartment
I know.
In a tiny
Maybe-
village that has 4
in a tiny village of 7.
Well, maybe he spends all his time doing academic field study.
He's been
Yeah.
writing. He's been writing his dissertation this whole time.
Yeah, he's finishing his PhD.
Professor Layton, Meisterkleister heißt es.
Yeah, there we go.
Was he teaching in a university?
Yeah.
Was he? Yeah, I've only recently been playing the first game, so I don't really
Maybe
know.
that one kid was just his one student, and like nobody else enrolled. So he figured, fuck it, let's just take him on holidays and do all the professing there.
Welcome back.
Amazing.
Who's that?
Fast track to get him fired.
Abdel Karalis gives $5 and says, "Hey, oh, we've done that one." Bon M gives 25 PLNs and says, "Actually, Dick Meyer told in his biography there was no such bug. It could just happen normally."
Sounds like a lie.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Like, yeah.
This is like the story of how Donkey Kong was actually a mistranslation and it was supposed to be Monkey Kong.
This is a genuine question, and I'm gonna get shit for this, but I want to preface that I'm not saying this to throw any shade. How, and I want this answered. How involved was Sid Meier in the making of Civ? Because like Tom Clancy's, all of them,
I
he's not
feel like
involved at all.
in the
It's-
original
he's just a
Civ, he
name.
would probably have been like the only developer, pretty much.
Yeah,
Crazy.
Tom Clancy was an author, and his stuff got adapted. Like,
yeah,
Sid
yeah.
Meier
And
was
that
a-
thing
I'm,
could be
I'm just
right.
wondering how involved he was, because for all I know, he could have been like obscenely, like heavily involved. I do not know. That's why I'm asking the question. I'm not
No,
throwing shade.
I believe
wanna be
heavily involved in like Yachts mentioned, like the development teams at that time were so small that like, oh yeah,
He only had like one
you were
and
like one of 8
himself and
people
like
or
2
one of
people,
4
other people.
So yeah, your thumbprint was all over it.
That's awesome.
Now I imagine much less so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is probably
The
back in
Brain
80s or
Surgeon,
90s or
€6,
some
says,
shit.
"I said on Firelink that there's a Discworld TTRPG coming up. Would you GM a one-shot, Yahtzee? You've mentioned Pratchett being one of your inspirations. I don't feel like I could GM very well. I feel like I'd have all these great plans, and then all the players would
What,
like
Dungeon Master?
go against them, and then I'd just get really flustered and annoyed.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
the
there's
puzzles
like a
would just be all of yours' puzzles would just be, oh, how many letters are in this word, and we would all fail, and he'd get annoyed at us.
or we'd start counting and the character would just interject and be like, "It's 9. How come you didn't know it's 9? Just look at the word.
Yeah.
It's 9." Yeah.
Right, and every
Fox D is $5.
It just
Says,
turns out
"Leaders who
everyone's
get
fucking
character development are
dyslexic."
underrated. Mayor Trudy, in my time at Sandrock, goes from a wishy-washy leader to a badass wartime mayor.
Does my
Man,
kind
I
of
feel like
Denmark
we-
have a war?
Someone keeps bringing up Sandrock. I think it might be Fox D, but someone's just really invested in my time at Sandrock.
I think Snake in the Garden plays the games. I know they're big games.
Hmm.
9 out of 10 on Steam.
9 out of
Playing
10.
every time with Porsche, I just seemed like fairly nondescript.
I mean,
as
those
sorts of things go.
does seem like a very popular
Same
game, so
fix
that's probably
everything.
there aren't
Other
that
than-
many
I
reviews
guess.
for it.
Jules Rome, member for 8 months in tip jar. Thank you very much.
Sure.
And then Lord of the Rings fan 193 gives $4.99 and says, "What would you rather make at home than order at a restaurant?"
Chili.
Cake.
You'd rather make a cake?
I would like.
Bro, what am I even looking at? Is that a fucking hot dog but in a fucking
flapjacks,
toast?
which are different to flapjacks in the as Americans understand them.
Yes.
But I remember they always used to give us oat flapjacks at school, and they were sort
Yeah.
of they're sort of like a chewy oat bar made from golden syrup and butter.
And they're
I've
delicious.
been making those because while they are very chewy and most people don't like them, they bring back nostalgic memories of school.
So
What are
almost
they like
granola
here
bars?
in England?
What's that?
Well, I was asking, what are they like here, like in America?
Well, in America, flapjacks are pancakes, basically.
Oh,
Yeah. A flat
And,
another
So it's
word for pancake in
different
America.
And in
thing
Britain,
altogether.
flapjacks are sort of oat bars made from golden syrup and oat.
So are those like granola bars almost? Like
Sort of.
granola bars?
they're like
mean-
chewy and icky, like sticky, and then oat bars
dense.
or granolas are dense. Yeah, granola bars are like crumbly and they break off when
Yeah.
you bite them. These are chewy and dense and
Gotcha.
delicious. Love them.
Alright.
There you go. Jules Rogue is €2 and says, "What's your guys' stance on liver and onion sandwiches?"
Not crazy about liver.
Liver and onion?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had liver and onions.
I feel like it's a generational thing. My mom and my
Liver
grandma
and
liked them, but
onion.
like, I feel like that's dying out with each generation.
Yeah, I've never been given one of these. I think I would backhand it if I did.
Oh,
Love it.
only-
Just
Oh,
do a
it's good
sandwich with
though.
tomatoes and onions.
anything with onions
My
must
only
taste pretty
reference
good.
is that I once saw an episode of Doug when I was a kid, in which he had to contemplate eating liver and onions despite not liking them very much.
It's vintage Doug.
Happens.
Patty mayonnaise. That's
Yeah,
the
it's
girl.
not haggis,
Doug, there's a guy who comes across like he'd grow up and become a Trump voter.
which is the heart, lungs, and liver of a sheep boiled, hard boiled in its own
Patty,
stomach.
rebukes his love, and he just becomes an incel.
Yeah, that's the impression I get.
Impression that I get. Real big fan.
BS Marsh, member for 8 months in the Green Gang, says, "Vote for Harris to keep Yahtzee around. Vote for Harris because she's the fucking qualified candidate."
Also, because Tim Walls owned a Dreamcast,
Yeah, he streamed
Like
Crazy
Crazy
Taxi with AOC not too long
which
ago.
means
You see
he
that?
also is a fan of some of the best songs by The Offspring and Bad Religion, who are on the Crazy Taxi soundtrack. So
Damn. There we go.
There is a non-zero chance that the future vice president had Sonic Adventure in his house as a kid.
see, any Sonic fans out there?
Ooh, nice.
There is a possibility that he has opinions on the voice acting in Sonic Adventure.
President the Hedgehog. Casey says Doug
Yeah,
named his
I guess
baby
most
sister
people,
Dirt
no,
Bike,
at least the
same
ones
like
that grew
Dirt
up around the
Casey, don't you have the
PlayStation
week off? What are you
or
doing?
Dreamcast era, they tend to have like shit
What else
hiding in
would
their
one
fucking
do at
headaches
that
right
time?
now.
If not,
I-
listen to a
Yeah, I
wonderful
didn't find
podcast
a lot of
such as
those
this.
posts on
Why would you
Facebook
let Doug
when I
name
when I
his
go on
sister
Facebook.
Dirt Bike?
When I just randomly get
Because he said
notifications of
Valentine
other
was his
shit.
best friend, Skeeter Valentine.
Okay.
Roger Klotz was his nemesis. Pork Chop was his dog.
Of all social
Yes,
medias
I
that I
know,
have,
yes.
Facebook is
I
probably
remember all
the
of these
least,
things.
the one that I least fucking use.
Are we encroaching upon a point, or are we just remembering?
Oh no, I was just naming Doug facts. I remember.
And I have
You impressed everyone
I have
earlier
Twitter
with
and
how
I
many
have
letters
Blue
you
Sky,
knew
that's-
in
I
various
think that's
words, and
it.
I'm impressing everyone that I remember some of the names of the Doug
I did.
characters.
I also
I'm
have
more
TikTok,
impressed
but I don't use
with-
that thing
with
at all.
Molly's knowledge of Doug, honestly.
Oh, really?
I don't even have
How many
TikTok
letters are in my name?
installed on my phone.
In Jamade 3.
Oh fuck.
No, well, 2. 8's not a letter; it's a number. Boom, roast.
Oh, oh.
Get fucked.
I don't get any.
Your first name and last name contain 9 letters, Jay.
Holy shit, yeah they do.
There you go.
Spooky man.
My full name is Benjamin Croshaw,
But
which contains 15 letters.
Bloody
Benjamin.
hell.
Benjamin. So Yahtzee's what? Middle name?
The Beats were the name of a band that Doug wrote.
Yes, thank you.
Killer Tofu was their big song. Okay, I'm done. Go to the next one.
Fox D gives $2 and says, "I have 1,400 plus hours in it. You should play it." Referencing my time at Sandrock.
Sounds like you got a lot of fucking time in Sandrock.
1400 hours.
Well,
14.
you must be
God
really
damn.
good, or you must be really weird.
My eternity in
More than two.
Sandrock.
Well, I might have to take a look at it once I'm done with Dragon Age Veilguard
Inquisition.
this week.
What's the
Veilguard.
most
Yeah.
time you have in a game that you look at and you're like, this is kind of weird that I have this much time in it?
I'll tell you what, I'll find out on my Steam profile.
Maybe the Scouting games. I think that's
played
it
a
though.
weird amount of the Pokemon card
Maybe
game
also
over
Dead by
past,
Daylight.
4 days since it released on mobile.
Yeah, I remember
It's probably
spending
just
like
gonna
a
be
good
Stardew
summer
Valley for me,
just
'cause I
only
might
playing
just
DBD.
Put that on while.
Yeah, I just kind of burn myself
I
out
don't think I've ever
afterwards.
played 1,000 on anything.
World of Warcraft.
I should probably play.
anything
Yeah, I
I've
should
got a
probably
1,000
once I
in
get
is
the
World of Warcraft,
once I get the better
Guilds
PC, I need to play more
2,
DBD
and
at some
Dota
point.
2, League. Anything that you can is either getting crazy amounts of updates over 20 years or
Sure.
is repeatable. I've got lots of hours in. Got lots of time in Terraria. Fucking love Terraria. What a game.
Doodoo Man says Balacha was nearing 1,000 hours. That game came out this year.
Damn.
That
Dude.
game came out in February.
Oh,
That's
okay.
crazy.
Wild.
The Steam game I have the most hours in is perhaps understandably Dark Souls.
Oh,
And then,
yeah.
and then Stardew Valley.
Like one of his
You have more
favorite
time in
games.
Dark Souls than your own game?
What a dude.
That's great.
Crazy. And then the game I have the third most amount of time in is Persona 4 Golden, would you believe? 160 hours in total.
Hell yeah.
Damn.
Monster Hunters.
Damn.
Both Monster Hunters. I've got a bunch.
I
I've
think
got
that
FTL.
out of the
I've
other
got,
games, I think the
Binding
one
of
that I probably
Isaac,
put the most hours into was probably
Euro
Witcher
Truck
3.
Simulator 2.
It has been a while
I
since
have
I played that game though.
182 hours in PUBG Battlegrounds, and I
It
despise
took me like 2
that
months
game.
just
How is that
finish
possible?
just to fully
I
complete
guess
that
you
game.
needed a lot of time to make your mind up on that one.
Like doing
I played it with
not just the
friends
main
when it
campaign,
came
but also
out,
the
and
DLC
I just wanted
campaigns.
to play with my mates, but I really don't like that game.
Would you call it like
That
stopping by the
surprises
pub?
me.
What are you doing tonight? I'm just making it quick. I'm running to the pub quick tonight. You play a little
Yeah, yeah.
PUBG. Think about it.
PUBG.
Yeah.
Ooh, Kaguyoshi on.
Stacy89 gives $10 and says, Jamate, I recently watched the YouTube video Building Civilization, a Sid Meier retrospective by Verac. I found Sid's story fascinating. He competed with Hasbro and beat them. Do you recommend a watch?
Yeah.
Dude, that's
Definitely. That sounds amazing. Thank you. This is what I wanted. I wanted to be educated. It was a question of wanting
It's a
to
new
learn
vid
more,
too.
so I really
It only came
appreciate
out
that.
a few weeks ago, a few months ago.
Oh, beautiful.
He competed with
Thank you.
Hasbro. What was Hasbro doing?
Hasbro.
Sussyguru 2000 gives €5 and says, Today I learned that John Lear named his daughter Shanda.
Chandelier.
And
Oh, Chandelier.
Well, he'd be waiting his whole life to do that, I'm sure.
I got a doozy in the chamber. You just wait.
their son going to be called King.
Yeah.
Is there any like weird thing you could call your future child to like play off your surname? Think about it. You could call your
Okay, that was odd. That was odd. Don't know why I couldn't get
Sterling Sleep.
hit by fucking melee.
That's good.
There's probably a jetpack
the
glitch.
big one for me
Maybe.
is not a first name, but giving them the middle name can't. Like Jade can't read.
Haha. Well, my last name's Crowshaw, so I could call my child Watar, and then the name would be Watar Crowshaw for flying in the sky.
You know, he's
idiot.
off again.
Fuck off.
Right, maybe for like online
God.
games I can leave the notifications on so I can, you know, see when the guy's on and shit.
Gives $5 and says,
But for other
"OMG,
shit,
I just
for
remembered
other stuff when
Sonic
I'm doing
had plenty
single player, I'll probably
interactions
just
with
leave the
US president.
notifications
There's
off.
a photo of them together in Shadow the Hedgehog 2.
There's a
Okay.
Oh. Yeah,
Was,
look
it
at
like,
that.
was that like a Forrest Gump thing, where Sonic came and had to shake the president's hand?
He told JFK that he had to take a piss.
Yeah.
I have to go to the bathroom.
Who was the guy that Big Boss refused to shake hands with at the end of Metal Gear Solid 3? A president? I can't remember. The dude he refused to shake
Yeah.
hands with in his the scene in the Oval Office. But was it the actual president or was it someone else?
Yeah, I can't remember. It was supposed to be like Nixon. I don't know what year Metal Gear Solid 3 ends in to where. I don't think they use real presidents, right?
I think they were sort of hedged the identity of the president in MGS3, but given
Yeah.
that we know what year MGS3 takes place in, one could easily deduce who the president.
And they
time
bring
Right.
up Khrushchev and other
Unless unless they actually
I think
show
it
his
was
face.
Khrushchev that was the Russian leader in.
Yeah, I have no
MGS3,
recollection
so
of
I assume
who it
the
is because
American
I never
president
played
would have been-
MGS3.
Okay, the chat tells us it was Lyndon Whip My Dick Out Johnson.
Incredible.
Famous for having big balls.
Colonel.
Yes.
Quadruple tuning did have a great question too. Did Sonic kiss that president? Sonic is known to kiss.
Now let's be clear on this. It was the human lady who kissed Sonic, not the other way around.
Maybe he got a taste for it afterwards, like a vampire.
Sonic was unconscious at the time, so all of this
Right,
is
so
on
he didn't
the
consent.
human girl, if you ask me.
Do we know what her name is?
Worse.
What's her name?
She was the
Princess,
freaky one, not Sonic. She
Didn't she
fucking
do
kissed
the
someone
leader?
while
Thank
they
you,
were
Eric.
asleep or in
I
a
don't think she'd
coma.
make a good leader.
No,
Well,
she's
she's
kissing
Around kissing hogs.
creatures.
Yeah, she's always getting
Well, she's
fucking
got the woodland
kidnapped.
creature demographics sewn up.
Princess Elise. Great.
You know, I was playing Sonic X Shadow Generations, and I didn't know this, but apparently there was like a weird blonde human girl in the backstory of Shadow as well, and there was also
Maria.
a slightly weird relationship with slightly romantic overtones going on there. So I don't think Shadow's anyone to judge.
I don't like this. Who writes this shit?
I never really got that from Maria and Shadow. I thought it was just more
I
like
want to make sure all the people
the
see
best,
it, but if you
more
can send
like
me all of
friends
it,
than
and
anything.
anything, especially that's like 18 and older, anything that's explicit.
Man, Eric seems really invested in Sonic lore.
Eric
yeah.
is a massive Sonic fan.
Eric is insisting that Maria was more like a sister to Shadow.
Yeah, something more like that. then.
Stepsister.
So it's incest as well on top of everything?
No,
Like, get
man.
that shit away from me.
And then Mr. Arms and Legs gives 10 Canadian dollars and says, "Am I the only one who dislikes playing as the second in command, a la Red Dead Redemption 2, Assassin's Creed Valhalla? It made the main character lack agency because they just followed whatever the leader said to do. Counterpoint, playing as Luigi in the Luigi's Mansion games. I don't mind playing the second banana then.
Yeah. I also think I feel like Arthur has a character arc, whereas Dutch, like Arthur,
He's already
end of Red
been
Dead
to
2
go
finds,
fucking
like,
crazy at the end of Red Dead 1.
finds peace in this world where
Yeah.
Dutch, no spoilers, never does.
Right,
Yeah.
he just goes crazy.
Yeah, I think everyone just sort of has to come around to realizing that Dutch is full of shit.
Yeah. It's a real thing. Is
What a dickhead.
Well, that was the last super chat.
Right, I need to play the Red Dead games as well.
The podcast. Thanks for listening, everyone.
I already have plans on
what was
doing
the
Red
other
Dead
thing?
Revolver
yes.
at some
Fucking
point.
Vote, Americans. Let's get the first female president. That even if it wasn't Trump as the alternative, first female president is a worthy enough goal.
Historical.
and the first vice president to have played Crazy Taxi.
Yeah, and possibly Sonic Adventure.
Possibly.
I just want to know going forward that he has opinions on Sonic Adventure somewhere buried in his mind.
I think it was a 1-to-1 attach rate of Dreamcast and Sonic Adventure. I don't think it was legal though.
Well, what else are you gonna do with a fucking Dreamcast?
Hey,
Yeah,
Crazy
Crazy
Taxi, I
Taxi.
guess.
one of those games that was made in the 2 years of the console's life.
Yeah. One more super chat. Karagia gives $10 and says, "Fun president fact: LBJ took a piss in the fields of Texas one time, and someone in his entourage asked if he was afraid of snakes. To which he replied, 'It's already half snake.'
The LBJ was a real.
He had such a large growler, and he loved talking about it. Apparently,
I like that you called it a growler.
A dickhead.
I think it's
growler. Yeah." The list unappreciated euphemism for penis, which also happens to contain 7 letters. I'm
growler,
surprisingly
huh?
with it now.
Gotcha.
I'm expecting it
That's
now.
a new one.
and it's
Growler.
Still as
It legitimately shocked me.
horrible.
I had forgotten about it. I erase everything. The recycling bin gets empty at every 5 minutes on a podcast. There's that snake.
I'm going to do it really fast to, so it doesn't seem like I'm stalling for time to think about it. Unregistered, 12 letters. I just saw unregistered in the chat and decided
Fucking tell people what to watch.
okay, watch Fully Ramblomatic this week. Fully Ramblomatic, which contains... Hang on, this is a tricky one. I need to tackle it in my head. Ramblomatic contains 11 letters. So,
Okay.
Interesting to know Yahtzee when he goes into his mind palace, he hums. It's
yeah.
good.
His mind library.
That's the air conditioner in the Mind Palace.
Also, topically, your Fully Rambo-Act this week will feature a former U.S. president.
Oh yes,
Well, the
it's
game
Black Ops.
features. Yeah.
It's about Black Ops 6, which contains a little appearance by Bill Clinton. You could appreciate what he looked like before he was a scarecrow.
Back when he was doing his hogs to McDonald's in short shorts.
So
I think
my fully
Black
romantic.
Ops 6
I also
takes
have a
place in like the what, the
semi-romantic
80s or
topic this
90s or
week,
some,
which
or
is
some,
on the
some shit like that.
subject of, the game's play styles I just can't get into, and breaking down precisely why that should be. When you get right down to it, all video games are basically just pressing buttons in response to stimuli. So what makes the things I can't play different?
Yeah. It was great because I think everyone knows those genres. If there's anyone who likes every genre, they're weird.
Nobody likes every genre.
Yeah.
I mean, let us know if you do, and we'll hire you as a reviewer. But every critic has to specialize in something.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right.
I've also got Yahtzee Tries on Wednesday, as always. Remember, there was a compilation Yahtzee Tries episode went out on Sunday, so check that out if you haven't already. And that's my stuff for this week. So now, Jay, plug your stuff for this week.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Streams.
do I have
I'm
to?
on streams while I'm finishing off the next design delve. We've got Dev Heads on Friday. We've got Resi 7. Probably. How many more do you reckon we've got, Marty, on Resi?
Probably 2, if that. We are. We
2.
just got into the freight to the freight ship in Resi 7.
Okay, it's still gonna take a bit though.
And just as well, it's not Halloween month anymore, you idiots. You need to think of a Thanksgiving game.
Oh god,
Thanks.
yeah.
Thanks
You can bring me that
for the
turkey
hydrate,
game.
you mean?
I would like
not
the
yet.
old monsters can turn into a turkey.
Yeah, just load up Doom 3 and play Super Turbo Turkey
Thank you.
Puncher in the prologue for like 3 hours.
Yeah. Hope everything's going well.
Other
You
than that, yeah, Dev
right now
Heads
it's just in the middle of
Friday,
some
Career
farming here in
Obscurio
Space
with
Marine.
Jesse on Sunday. And yeah, and I think some point over this
And
or
I'm just
the
having
next few
some
weeks, I'm going to be
fucking,
starting to do some more personal streams.
podcast here so that we
I've got a
don't,
bit more time to do that.
I don't
so,
get fucking
yeah,
bored of this shit.
keep an eye out for that.
or just keep
me.
my mind occupied
Lovely.
with something else while I do this.
And then later tonight we'll have Hidden Gems. Casey, as I mentioned, is
seems
out this week.
alright.
Taking a little time off.
I would have preferred
but
there was like
Nick is
more
going to be
people.
joining them, and I believe Jenna Strober is going to be making her stream debut with us. Who had 2 great bite sizes over the past week. They'll be streaming some horror.
Sounds fun
some
and
horror
fun.
game, some
Yeah.
something. I don't know.
When I'm farming, I always prefer having something in the background so that I can, I keep my mind occupied with something else. And
Figured out that when towards the end of the podcast.
always with something that like with news or whatever.
I'll be doing launch day streams for Slitterhead and Mario and Luigi Brothership. So there you go. Easy peasy.
Sick.
Oh, look at Tommy. It's like a chest burster.
Or just random
A
topics.
little chest burster.
I don't know why he's coming out. I already took him for his walk.
More walks.
Now I'm gonna go out and get my lunch, so maybe he's hoping to catch some breadcrumbs
100%.
when I make my sandwich. Alright, I'll see you all on Wednesday then.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's see here. Makes sense to do this. Yeah, I always did this when I was farming other stuff, even before I started streaming. All right, now let's see if I can pull out something else while I keep doing this. This might take a bit. Here we go. Yeah, this one. Nope. Add. Okay, here we go. This one's from Animat. He focuses more on news for animation stuff. That's right, which I still find interesting. Yeah, it's just some random news about animation. Yeah, don't mind the realistic Patrick there. Alright. There. But no, I think I'll just keep it 480.
Things are gonna get crazy.
doesn't really matter which quality I put, just how small the image is on OBS. Gotta get dinner, I'll be working though. Alright. Okay. Thanks for the work, much appreciated.
And it is on. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of
let's see what we have on this one.
Crazy Cartoon
This one's actually a
Cast.
pretty recent one, like 2 hours. This stuff off from like 2 hours ago.
Weekend, and I hope you all had a fun Halloween this year. Unfortunately, I don't think I could say the same because on the day of Halloween, I was honestly very tired, but I did make things up for it where on the next day, I guess you could say that technically was my Halloween or my way of celebrating Halloween because I live streamed myself playing Disney Epic Mickey Rebrushed, and I just so happened
yeah, that's
to
one
be
that I need to get
at
my hands on when I get the
So
PS5
I
on.
did get my dose
Yeah,
of,
I grew up with the Wii
spookiness
version,
this year.
the original
And
version. Yeah, I haven't streamed it like a few years ago.
On the week that I am recording
So I'm really
this,
looking
it is
forward to the
gonna be
remake.
Very stressful, especially with what's happening in the United States, where the election is on, and the pressure could not be any more higher.
Right, and
But,
that's what everyone's talking about nowadays.
If you are in the United States, if you are an American, or you are a U.S. registered individual, then I highly recommend that you go out and vote if you have not voted early as of yet. It is your civic duty to go and pick the leader that you think would do the best job to go and benefit not just your life, but also for everyone around you and for everyone in the country. And I would even say, considering the massive influence that the United States has upon this earth, basically for just about everyone. And I think it should come with no surprise that I do fully endorse Kamala Harris for president. So if you are going to go and vote, please vote for Kamala Harris, especially with the fact that she presents a lot more competence compared to her opponent, and actually does have a plan, or at least has an idea of a plan. Or no, you know what? No, she does have like actually a plan in terms of human rights, in terms of the environment, in terms of the economics.
They mention it all the time, but I think, well, I understand, like, Trump won by a big majority.
Donald Trump, where he doesn't really have a plan except for,
from what I understand, Trump won for like a good majority.
Nazism. Just let people be as bigoted as they want without suffering any consequences.
I checked the votes like early today, around morning, my time. I think he was like 420. Nice. And then Trump was like 480 or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, Trump won by a big majority.
One more thing that I do want to mention, and I will be repeating this at the end of this, but there will be no episode next week. And the reason why is because I am going to be away on vacation. So I won't even be here. In fact, I won't even be in the country. So you'll have to wait until the week after that when we do return to Animat's
Canadians even vote though?
Cast,
yeah, I think it's just Americans that can actually vote for the president.
What's been going on in
pretty sure it's just Americans that can vote them. Animat's Canadian, so I don't think he can do much
in this podcast. So, without further ado, now it is time that I would like to go onto the chat wall. And I'd like to ask you all, are you ready for today's episode of Animat's Crazy Cartoon
You've been hearing about politics all day today? Yeah, same here.
Are you ready? Let's see now. No, it is not a
At least this from these two
like a beach resort
podcasts that I've been using. Both of them were all mentioning fucking
that's basically the whole gist of it.
The election and
yes,
shit.
I do see people
And they've already haven't aged that well.
To see. And so, with that said, it is now time that we shall go and get things started. And with our first story that I have for you today,
even more so on Twitter though, but I rarely use Twitter, so I don't see that shit.
Paul King. Now, you may recall in the last episode, I did talk about Paul King, specifically regarding the fact that one of the upcoming movies that he's going to be working on will be with Disney to make a Prince Charming movie. Plus the fact that for that project, they did reveal that Prince Charming.
Which one's that?
Prince Charming. And honestly, just
is that
the
from
idea
Sleeping
of
Beauty,
Paul
Cinderella,
King
maybe Snow White?
Working on a Disney movie, I feel like it's something that is long overdue, and I feel like it is absolutely perfect. But we're not going to be talking about that Prince Charming movie. Instead, we're going to be talking about one of the films in which, or at least two of the films now, that really made his name very popular and very beloved as a filmmaker. And that is, of course, Paddington.
Oh, right, yeah, he worked on Paddington 1 and 2.
He's going to be coming back pretty soon. And, oh, look at this. I noticed a new fish here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I actually really
Ralph.
enjoyed the Paddington movies, especially the second one.
Back, and he's going to be returning in his
Paddington 2 is like one of the few movies that actually made me cry.
Without further ado,
mostly just because of the
let us go
ending.
ahead and start things off with our first story, as we are going to be checking out the trailer for the upcoming third installment
of
Paddington in Peru.
Ooh, wait, Peru?
Thank you for using PhotoMe.
Oh, not at all. Thank you for having me.
For God's sake, seriously?
Someone sits down next to you in a flight. Your worst nightmare is that they're wearing
Axe body spray.
Make sure your face is within the red circle.
Motherfucker. Damn, even he has to deal with the fucking ads.
And that is Paddington in Peru.
You got a
to
fucking
which
axe
it will be coming
ad.
soon to theaters on January 17th. Now, I think it is safe to say that I don't have to mention much about the Paddington movies because they have been some of the most beloved features in recent years, especially with the way that
I'm really debating whether or not I should fucking get YouTube Premium. Yeah, I'm really debating if I should ever get one.
That like really sets a brand new standard in terms of film adaptations based on children's literature, and especially.
I heard that over 1,000 people took their own lives because of the election today. Ooh. Is that an actual thing? Is that a fact, or is just random shit that you heard from
weird, and it wouldn't be that different
Twitter?
From any of those movies that are based on kids' books, or the way that, like, especially how Paddington is designed.
Because you know how
so
Twitter works.
as
It
a
might
bear,
just be misinformation.
It wouldn't seem far off than those other
But if it's
family
true, then
films
holy
that would
shit,
be
then.
like live action and CG hybrid. You know, like like at first you would think, okay, this Paddington doesn't seem like that
Couple of people
different
told you on
from
Discord.
the 2010 Yogi Bear movie.
Okay, Discord.
Oh, but au contraire, the
No,
way
Discord
that
and
they
Twitter tends to be the
executed
same
Paddington
shit with
movies is
spreading
just
misinformation, so I don't know.
heartfelt, so
I think it might be best for you to look, you do your own research on that shit.
You know, it's one of those films
Just make sure you're not
hate
saying
and really get sucked into the charm.
things aren't true.
Obviously, I think it is safe to say there definitely is some interest for now the third installment. And I know that I previously talked a lot about Paul King, but it is worth noting that with Paddington in Peru, he's not going to be coming back as the director.
But again, if it's true, holy
especially
shit.
when, according to
people didn't
really, the YouTube page
got really disappointed
Sony Pictures,
with the
it
results.
says here that the director this time is going to be Dougal Wilson. However, it is worth noting that Paul King is
personally,
still
I was
going to
already
be,
expecting the result.
One of the writers, or at least writing the story alongside.
I wasn't supporting the guy. I was expecting him to become president.
One of the executive producers, so at least like he is still going to be involved in some capacity, but not necessarily as much into it. But still, though, I will say in this trailer, you do see some of that charming aspects from Paddington that, honestly, I still very much enjoyed. And, like, even in just this trailer, it did give me a good laugh. I think, honestly, my favorite joke is, especially, like, I know they did this in the previous trailer, but honestly, I really do enjoy, like, Paddington trying to take his passport photo. So,
he's just
by looking at
talking to
this
the
again,
AI
just
voice.
him trying to understand that. Oh, dang, we got another new fish this time. But anyways, like, just to, like, check this again.
Oh, not at all. Thank you for having me.
Make sure your face is within the red circle.
Like, that is cute, but then
Yeah, that's just
honestly,
charming.
What really did pay off is when he goes back to.
Yeah, that's the thing with the
when
Paddington
he
movies. They're
returns to
fucking charming
Peru,
as shit.
Like, this part over here.
Oh, Paddington. Welcome to Peru.
I honestly love that. It's just like the guy, the guy is just there. Paddington trying to recreate that face, and he's just there like, yeah, it checks. Oh yeah, we can let him in. Like, honestly,
Oh, I see. That it's because he
those
took the
kinds
photo of the
things.
booth
it's
like
simple,
that.
but
Okay.
very effective. That does make the charm of Paddington feel very timeless and just so enjoyable to watch again and again, especially like with the first and the second. And from the looks of things here, it looks like they are going to be repeating that, and not, by the way, not just with the humor, but even with the heart as well, especially when seeing over here this character that Paddington really wants to look for with Lucy, especially when this film is all about trying to search for Lucy to make sure that she is okay, that she's missing, but now we got to go find her, and everybody taking a trip to Peru. And especially like when you see throughout this trailer Paddington quoting Lucy, like you kind of eventually see
oh my god,
like as the movie would eventually progress, or as this trailer progresses, we see how this Lucy character is very much influenced or has influenced Paddington so much. So like you could already tell in this trailer how much Lucy means to Paddington and why this whole journey is going to be worth it, or at least worth it for him.
Yeah, let's just see how this goes though.
There is, however, one little criticism that I just want to go and quickly point out, or I don't know if I could say it is.
It might be the beginning and the end.
But it is something
we'll see.
Honestly, it's a bit like a concern about how this movie is going to be. And that is specifically not the Paddington part, but the Peru part. Because once you look like once it goes halfway into it, like once we finally do see Paddington and the gang that are in Peru, suddenly
Next
it
gun we'll
kind
be
of feels like it's
using
becoming a
is
bit of a different movie.
the Stalker Bolter,
I would
right, or
debatably
the
say
Demon
that
Eye.
Paddington goes into the most Hollywood than he has ever been. Like suddenly now it incorporates a lot more action and a lot more adventure. And this is not to say that there hasn't been in the previous Paddington films, but this one looks like it doubles or even triples down on it. And especially the fact that, you know, it emphasizes that it's a jungle adventure. It's hard not to think about the other recent jungle adventures that we've recently had, more specifically with the Jumanji movies, or even the Disney's Jungle Cruise movie that they had.
Right, both with
coincidentally, since Sony did recently announce that there is going to be a Jumanji 3 that's going to be coming out, I believe, at the end of 2026. I mean, you look at this and, you know, a part of me kind of wonders, okay, so do we need a third Jumanji movie? Because I look at it right over here, it kind of looks like the same thing, you know? It's kind of like, we do have the third Jumanji movie, it just so happens that now the characters have been modded to look like freaking Paddington characters. You know, it's like, you know, if it really is a Jumanji movie, we'll probably see at one point, like, just Paddington just randomly floating around, just T-posing. You know, it's something like that. But still, though, even though there is a lot of those jungle aspects, but the reason why I do say that it is a bit of a concern is just I'm worried that if this kind of like action adventure thing would take away from the feel of Paddington, if it would suddenly try to go and be more like this Hollywood movie, that suddenly they want to go, you know, that suddenly it would take away or at least sacrifice a bit of the charm and the signature traits of what made those last two Paddington movies so timeless. That's, you know, that's honestly my only major concern that I do have it. And I mean, who knows, maybe I could be wrong. And like even in this, like when we do see like some of the adventures that Paddington goes through and tries to narrowly avoid,
at least with this I only have to worry about getting headshots and kills.
We can
That's
pretty much
about it
see
though.
that he's the villain right now, and I'm not gonna lie, looking into like what he does here, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Burger Beard from the SpongeBob movie Sponge Out of Water. Like, you know, he's an antagonist in a family-friendly movie, and I don't know, I already see a bit of parallels between like what he's trying to do here and what, you know, and like what he did in the SpongeBob movie. And
Basically steal the recipe
apparently
or
already
whatever.
reviews are out. Okay, wow, that's kind of a... Oh wow, okay, hold on a sec. Oh wow, I should have, honestly, I should have done a bit more research, because I already see in the chat wall you guys are mentioning that yeah, like apparently it already had its premiere and the reviews are out. And apparently they say that, yeah, the reviews seem to be mixed. Actually, you know what?
Mixed?
Let's do this together. Let's actually go and check this
Yeah,
out. Since
okay.
since the reviews are already released, I am curious on what they say specifically on Rotten Tomatoes. Okay, so I have it right over here. And oh boy, wow, and they're already using the angry Paddington face. And apparently, as
Oh
I'm
God, not
recording
the
this,
face.
by the way, it says here that it is 91% on Rotten Tomatoes, so
Yeah.
or 92%.
Where did the mixed thing come from
or
then?
at least based on okay, so apparently there's like a total of 12 top critics, and with all critics is 22 reviews. About the grand majority of them, 20 of them say that it is like fresh, and only 2 say it's rotten. But in terms of what the actual ratings are, I wish I could go and show you or like give you a better view of it. But it says here, or how can I go and can I give you guys a better view just to show? Or son of a fish, hold on a sec, I'll try to fix this. There we go. No, fudge. No, dang it, balls. Come on, give me what I want. Okay, fudge. Okay, so maybe I would have to go
I think the max is 40
and
for this thing, right?
rearrange a little bit. Hold on a
Yeah,
sec.
it takes like 22
don't want
hits
to give you
to
like too much
kill
of
the guy.
like what I have background. Yeah, as you could tell, yes, my desktop background is the Small World clock tower from Epic Mickey. Let's see. Well, that doesn't help.
Cool.
Okay,
Cool
fine.
wallpaper,
Right
though.
over here. So it says here that
Yeah, it's some really cool concept art.
Okay, my computer is being fussy.
That one's straight up from the first game. From the original game, that is.
Okay, I think I got a solution. There we go, right over here. So, as you can see, it says here that in terms of the ratings, the average rating is around 6.6 out of 10 with the top critics, and with all critics, it's 6.8 out of 10. That is the average. Okay, so hopefully that will go and answer that. Okay, but yeah, so apparently from what I've been seeing so far, you know, it's not like top tier in the levels of like the original Paddington and Paddington 2, but you know, it's like, it seems like I wouldn't say it's mixed. I would say it's more like mixed to positive. So chances are, from what we are seeing in this trailer and what the critics have said from what they have seen, it looks like it may not necessarily be the best Paddington movie, but it could be a worthwhile Paddington movie, or still a worthwhile Paddington movie. But I guess at the end of the day, we will truly see how it will go.
I mean, it all depends on the difference between the critics and the audience.
I believe they said
sometimes it tends to be very different.
Yes, January 17th of next year. And with that said, now I would like to go into the chat wall.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to Paddington to go. That's one of the few movies that I actually really enjoy.
In Peru, are you guys excited to go and check it out? Are you guys a little bit hesitant? Do you have any concerns about it? Or especially if you're a fan of the Paddington movies, let me know what you think. And also, might as well go and do a little bit of a poll here. So let me go and ask you this question. Are you excited for Paddington in Peru? So I'll go and ask yes,
ammo. He gave me
and then I'll
equipment.
ask no.
Not what I want.
just make a quick little rearrangement, and then we'll go and start this poll, and right over here. Okay, so let's see what the chat wall has to say here. My mother is a huge Paddington lover, and I'm planning on buying tickets for her and my father to watch this as a family outing. It's also making me hungry for marmalade sandwiches on toast, or toast and marmalade with a cup of Earl Grey tea. As for the trailer itself, while I love the diverse cast, my only critique is how it spoiled Antonio Banderas' character at the end. But one fascinating trivia to look forward to
I didn't even notice Antonio Banderas was in the movie.
Olivia Colman's first movie since Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Oh wow. Hey, at least they definitely do deserve a comeback after that fantastic movie. An obnoxious Axe body spray ad coming out of nowhere to annoy us. What's this, 2008? Yeah, I am sorry about that. I did not expect an Axe commercial to suddenly just
motherfucker really needs to get YouTube Premium.
Anyways, it looks like this
recently YouTube ads have been really fucking bad.
From beginning to end. It's just like the first two.
Yeah,
Sony is really
I think it's just me though, but they tend to show up a lot more often.
For it. After Madam Web, Concord, and Harold and the Purple Crayon, they desperately need a win. Yeah, not to mention that it feels kind of a coincidence that you know, not like in less than a month prior to Paddington in Peru, they also got Kraven the Hunter, and from the looks of things, there might be a chance that they would take an L on that one too. I mean, technically you could say that they did get a little bit of a W with Venom: The Last Dance, because it looks like it is performing well at the box office. I mean, I know the reception
they're both
has
from
not
Sony.
been like the critical reception has not been great, but I mean, that's kind of the standard of the Venom movies. In a way, you could say that
they're not good movies, but they still make money or whatever.
The Hotel Transylvania movies are to animation, so there's kind of a little bit of that parallel, but. Regardless, though, with the thing is, hopefully it will go and help pick things up for Sony Pictures after 2024 being not so kind to the company. Anyways, what other comments do we have here? I recently rewatched the first two Paddington films, and they still hold up great, so no surprise, this one looks pretty decent. Emily Mortimer instead of Sally Hawkins will take some getting used to, but the visual effects on Paddington is still great, the comedy is still charming and cute, and the heart isn't Paddington too strong, but it's still very much there. It's gonna be a good watch, but since it's a Paul King-ish movie, I bring marmalade sandwiches to the theater, or do I bring
that is the fucking thing even lets you bring that shit.
Marmalade sandwich, why not? Get immersed into the experience and just go and eat your sandwich.
Yeah, my feature doesn't even let fucking popcorn in.
You know, funny enough, that would be hilarious to see if movie theaters can actually go and do that. Where they'll make like a special thing that instead of selling burgers, they would go and also sell
my local cinema doesn't even let you can't even eat inside the thing.
I mean, screw eating popcorn and soda. Get a sandwich of marmalade and Earl Grey.
You can only eat outside when there's like a
all right. What other comments do we have here? We don't have as much time as I thought. Anyway, and I do see
wait, taking a break from the movie.
Poll here, apparently 70% of you have voted that yes, you are excited to check out Paddington in Peru. So yeah, already things seem to be at least a bit positive. You know, not too positive. It's not overwhelmingly positive, but there definitely is some positivity for Paddington in Peru. Anyways, back to the comment here. As a Peruvian descendant, I can't say for sure how believable it'll be to the Peruvian culture. Shockingly, it's not all jungle.
I guess most people aren't gonna really care about that. They just want to see more Paddington.
If the movie ends up being good, it'll be so amazing because my people get more representation. It's a place where we don't get much. As much as I love it, Emperor's New Groove is not realistic at all. Oh wow, really? You're saying that a Disney movie is not being accurate to how things are in real life or accurate to its source material? What an absolute shock. I mean, I love the Emperor's New Groove as well, but I mean, I'm not going to be using it as my example to this must be how all Peruvians are, you know? They all have their own singing little guy coming in to like belch out their theme song, you know? All right, anyways, I'll read two more comments and then,
Talking about that movie.
Yeah,
I haven't watched it in a while
two
though.
or three comments. I love the Paddington movies. I can't wait to see the next one. Looks like it will be just as great as the previous one. And you were funny when you had the had to deal with that ad before watching the trailer. A little fun fact: one thing that distastes me about the first Paddington film is that it was distributed by the Weinstein Company in the U.S. One thing I am grateful about the third film is that Sony will be distributing it. Oh,
Yeah, okay.
absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I
Fuck
mean,
that
like, the
company.
legacy of Paddington needs to live on outside of the Weinstein Company. You know, that's like the one
fuck those
awkward
guys.
thing about Paddington. Anyways, I will say this again. The Paddington movies are super charming and adorable. I've only seen the first movie, but I really need to watch the second movie because I heard amazing things about the sequel. Absolutely, you should. When it comes to Paddington's third adventure, it looks like it can be really fun and adventurous. Even with the mixed to positive reception it got, I'll still be seeing it to make my own opinion. Can't wait for more of that lovable bear. Okay, I got you now. As someone who really enjoyed the first two Paddington movies, I'm looking forward to this. It does seem like it keeps some of the spirit of the first two movies, even though Paul King isn't directing it this time. But I can definitely see where you're coming from with the whole action aspect. But overall, I'm still looking forward to this no matter what. Not to mention, Sony desperately needs another win after their failure this year. Exactly, man.
Yeah, not just Venom, but also
so we're now
Craven the Hunter
on to
later.
our first break, and when we do return, we're gonna watch another trailer. But this time around, let's just hope, and I really do mean let's hope, that it
I
will
think they
be
released
better
other stuff. I just don't
than
remember what it
that
was.
teaser trailer that they put out, which was honestly the worst trailer I may have possibly seen for a Netflix animated feature. Can this movie redeem itself? Well, we'll find out after this.
Compre as minhas cápsulas.
That's piss off. Yeah, even now I'm dealing with ads as well.
When it comes to the next trailer we're about to watch, this will be for an animated feature that will be released on Netflix. But this is not the first time that we have seen something from this particular movie. Now, previously, they did release a teaser trailer, and I put that in quotes because, my God, did they show quite a lot in that teaser trailer, down to the point where you might as well not even call it a teaser and just
You might as well just show the whole fucking movie.
But that teaser trailer, though, it was so bad. It really gave this movie quite a bad name. I would even say it's probably one of the worst trailers for an animated movie release on Netflix that I have seen. Like, it really was that awful, displaying, like, debatably the worst aspects of that movie. And keep in mind, I have yet to even see that feature myself. But then again, everybody needs a second chance, or everybody deserves a second chance. And this is no exception to this movie right over here. So maybe with this new trailer, it will find a way to go and redeem itself and show a much better side to present why this movie would be worthwhile. And with that said, let us now go on to the next trailer, as we're going to be checking out the upcoming Skydance animation movie, Spellbound.
Spellbound?
I don't understand your affection for this vile vermin.
Yeah, I never heard of this one.
And that is Spellbound, to which the movie is going to be coming out
Skydance,
on Netflix
though. Why does that sound familiar?
November 22nd. So, with the trailer that we have seen, did it improve upon itself from that horrible teaser trailer? Is it better than the last time we have seen Spellbound? And my answer is... I guess?
From a little bit that I saw, it doesn't seem that good.
It's kind of a step up, but not that much.
Yeah, it's not really saying much, I guess.
At least they're not shoving down our throats the fact that John Lasseter is producing it. Like, it's just like that one little time that, like just quickly mentioning, Yeah, just saying he
Yeah,
is
visionary
the
behind Toy Story.
visionary behind Toy Story, so it's just that. You know, at least, you know, that's it. And I mean, the soundtrack is a little bit better.
But why is Kobe just keep going on and
they're
off?
not like sampling some overused pop song. Like it still sounds a bit generic, but I mean, it's, you know, it does make it feel more cinematic compared to last time. But other than that, though,
yeah, even from the little bit that I saw, it wasn't really that interesting of a movie.
I mean, it's just, there's nothing about it for me that feels like it really does stand out. There's nothing that I feel like it not only does it not improve some of the aspects to go and sell me that I should go see this movie, but I look at it and it's just, it feels bland. It really does. And
yeah, it feels like the shit that you see from like a bargain bin.
Now they made the story very clear that it's about this princess played by Rachel Zegler, and her parents are now turned into monsters.
Oh, I know her. She was the she's the one that was gonna do like voice live action Snow White. So. Yeah, I know her.
Back, you know, to turn them back into human. And funny enough, I know this comparison has been done before, and many people have already pointed this out.
The one that would shut the fuck up about Snow White being like inclusive or some shit.
Like this Americanized version of Spirited Away. Like now the plot line makes it very clear how Spirited Away has this strong influence on this movie, especially with the goal of this, you know, this young female protagonist who has to find a way to turn her parents back into humans, while at the same time goes on this journey to go and meet these magical, mystical creatures.
Every time I think of Spirited Away, I always think of the fucking DreamWorks movie with the horse in. I never think of the fucking Hayao Miyazaki movie.
It really does feel no different than any other American animated feature that you would go and regularly get. You know, you get all the, you know, it really does, like, especially when it comes to the humor. And that's one thing that honestly hasn't changed. The humor, I feel like, is an aspect that is kind of weak, and they barely even
I didn't get
feel
that
like
impression
jokes,
just from that little joke at the end.
There's even one part that honestly it doesn't sound like much of a joke, but they're trying to sell it off as that. Like yeah, like when her parents are starting to learn how to talk again, and then it's the dad's turn to speak, like this right here.
There must be so much you want to say to me.
I like the sound of my own voice.
You're my dad, all right.
Like, it doesn't even sound like much of a joke. And like even the ending one about like the little rodent, which is like the staple cute the staple cute marketable character, like even at the end, like yeah, like this thing over here.
I don't understand your affection for this vile vermin.
Like honestly, it sounds like a joke that's already been done many times before, so
and probably done
like,
better.
A lot of the humor just sounds weak. And also another thing I want to go and comment is, I don't know about you, but the animation doesn't seem as good as they previously presented. Like one of the best things
I did notice that as well with the scene when the dad was talking. It really didn't seem like he was very fluent or just like barely matching to what he was saying.
It looks like it is a solid animation led by a team that really knows what they're doing and that they want to do their best to present their craft. This time, however, I don't know about you, but it felt like the animation got a little bit of a downgrade from before, or it doesn't seem as strong even compared to the last feature that they released with Luck. I don't know, it's just, especially like when you see this part right over here. Like, you know, you see all this and then suddenly like, you got the random tornado and like this part here. I don't know, like that didn't seem impressive. I don't know, there's something that there's something about the animation that it almost looks like the kind of quality that would definitely look great on the big screen, but they had to go and take some shortcuts along the way.
Right, it looks
honestly,
like very
it feels weird.
direct to DVD.
It honestly feels weird saying that because it has been reported with Skydance Animation, they really want to go all out with the budget, like literally spend it, like going to near Disney levels at like $150 million or maybe even up to $200 million with each of their own movies. And not to mention, there is another thing that honestly bothers me.
That's the thing that I really don't understand with movies nowadays. Why do they have to fucking make their budget so fucking inflated? Like, look at the recent, like, Godzilla movie, like, -0 or whatever. That movie was like 20, like, close to like 20 or 30 million. And that movie was very popular. Like, what is with the fascination nowadays with Hollywood? Like, you have to put as much money on a fucking movie as possible, and that mean if we put as much money possible to this movie, it means we're gonna make it all back and then some. Like, everyone thinks they're gonna make the new Endgame or whatever, or Infinity War. I really don't get that.
It doesn't seem to have addressed from before, and I know I've already said that, well, the soundtrack is a bit of an improvement. You know, they're not taking something like Journey's Don't Stop Believing. But again, this is technically supposed to be a musical. And yet never once did we get to hear any of the songs that would that's going to be in this movie. We heard none so far. Like, even the soundtrack here, I don't know if it is going to be a song from the movie, but again, it just feels awkward and weird by the fact that they're trying to hide that this is a musical. I mean, even, like, I know some people are saying that, oh, well, you know, movie musicals don't really sell, so they don't display their musical numbers. But that's, you know, there's a part of it that's not necessarily true. Like, you gotta give Disney some credit. Like, not just with the Moana 2 trailer that we got, but even, like, previously with Wish. They don't hesitate to go and present their musical numbers to get a little bit of a sample of what the songs are going to be. Rather it be in the Wish trailer where we would hear this Wish,
headshots
or
thing?
even with Moana 2,
I didn't even notice it.
where they would go and play
I was probably like
where they
trying
give a
to
little bit
get
of a sample
something
of
done on
of the
OBS. I
songs
didn't even
that
notice the
would be presented.
notification
And
of the
yet,
100
however, They
headshots.
still haven't. Like, we still have no idea of how the songs are going to be. And it's honestly insane considering that these are apparently going to be musical numbers from Alan Menken and Glenn Slater, which they have previously collaborated on both the Tangled movie and the Tangled series, and those are absolutely phenomenal. I would debatably say those are the songs are probably the most anticipated aspect in this, and yet they still don't want to present it because they rather want to spend the marketing to go and highlight that, hey,
That
look,
they have John
we got
Lasseter.
John Lasseter producing
Right.
this. It's honestly ridiculous. And this is why, honestly, my overall thoughts,
they care
from
more
what we
about the
have
name
seen in
than
this
actually
Spellbound trailer
bringing the good
is
movie.
just, at best, this is going to be a forgettable movie. It's going to be, you know, like, the most positive that I can go so far right now is that, well, at least it doesn't look like it's going to be the worst animated film of the year, or even the worst animated film of the year that was released on Netflix. At least it looks like it could be better than the Sandy Cheeks movie.
Some bottom of the barrel shit they see at the end of a bin in like Walmart or whatever.
A lot of this that just
Like
feels
a
very
buck or
bland.
something.
That feels like it's just trying to take elements from other from like other movies and other studios. It still looks like it's trying to rip off Disney. It still looks like it's really going to rip off Spirited Away. It doesn't look like it has its own voice. And from there, I feel like when this is going to be coming out, oh boy, I feel like the results of it is most likely going to be a train wreck, or it's going to be quickly overshadowed on day one. Especially with the fact that on the same day of its release, we're going to have not just Gladiator 2, which is highly anticipated, and so far the word of mouth has been positive so far.
It's sequel
but
to
also,
which Gladiator though?
Another highly
I was thinking of Ben-Hur.
anticipated movie that
I was thinking like
is also a musical.
it was odd to bring a sequel to Gladiator when they mostly do remakes, but no, I was thinking like I was thinking of Ben-Hur.
But you could debatably say, well, technically the direct competition is going to be Moana 2. But I can tell you right now, it ain't gonna be like last year where magically Leo managed to top Wish. No, it ain't gonna be like that again. Especially when there is indeed massive hype with Moana 2, and it was even reported that, according to Fandango, Moana 2 right now got the fastest pre-sale tickets sold for any animated feature this year.
Damn.
Yes, even more so than Inside Out 2. So
Holy
honestly,
shit,
there is no way
I guess people are really looking forward to that movie.
would actually overshadow Moana 2 or even any of the other features. The only way that it has a chance to have some form of relevancy is if it turns out to be one of the best animated films of the year. And I'm talking about on par with what we have gotten so far with Inside Out 2 and The Wild Robot. And honestly, based on what we have seen in this trailer, I seriously doubt that. I don't think it is ever going to occur. Or another option would be something that is so bad. It's either like,
nice.
I would be proven wrong that maybe it's on par or even worse than the Sandy Cheeks movie, and it would end up making like people online look at that movie and go, yeah, you know what? Maybe Inside Out 2. Maybe Inside Out 2. You know
Inside
what?
Out
Maybe
2.
Wish ain't so bad after all, especially after watching that piece of crap. I mean, I could totally be wrong, but that's the only way.
Yeah, I haven't really heard any good things about the new SpongeBob movie.
Capacity.
That's based on Sandy
It turns
Cheeks.
out to break all expectations to be amazing, or break all expectations to be one of the worst movies of the year. But so far, in this case, it just looks bland. It looks like it honestly looks like a pass. Honestly, there's no other way to go and explain it. It just like
bargain bin
far,
shit you can see.
Very unimpressive, and what they're showing is just again, it's forgettable at best. But then again, maybe I'll be proven wrong when the movie does come out on Netflix on November 22nd. And with that said, now I will go to the chat wall, and I'd like to ask you all, what did you think of the Spellbound trailer? Do you guys disagree with me, and you think that this is, ooh, excuse me, do you think this is actually better than what I'm leading on to? Do you guys agree with me, and it looks bland and forgettable at best? Let me know what you all think. And also, I'm gonna go onto the poll here, and I might as well go and ask you all, go and make the question, will you be watching Spellbound? So
I mean, I rarely watch movies
ask
nowadays,
yes,
so even if I did watch movies, I probably still wouldn't watch that shit.
All right, now let's see what the chat wall has to say. The main problem I have with the marketing of Spellbound is that we have 2 trailers in, and we haven't heard a single mention that this film is a musical, and that Alan Menken is doing the score and music. For that, I'm kind of shocked that we haven't heard what Alan's music and sound is like in this film. Are they thinking that the songs suck or something? Other than that, the film looks super generic, and releasing it around the same time as Moana 2 might bury
might be very foolish.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's see now. I am aware that this trailer is an improvement, especially when they not shoved down John Harasser's filmography.
John
but it's not
Harasser.
saying much, since I do agree that this trailer is so boring. I even say that the animation does not look impressive to look at
What I
all.
understand from
So
John
overall,
Lasseter is
despite the
that
fact the
you
trailer
really like
improved a little,
hugging women,
it is still not enough for me to want to watch this movie on Netflix,
even when they
unless
didn't ask
I want
for
to
it.
torture my eyes, kinda. Well, okay, that I'll admit. Okay, I'm gonna side with Spellbound a little bit. I don't think this is gonna be something that will torture your eyes. Again, the animation is decent.
It's probably something that'll make you go to sleep.
Decent. If you want real torture for your eyes, again, you could go and check out the Sandy Cheeks movie. Anyways, while the mentioning of John Lasseter is not as bad as from the visionary behind Cars 2, it's a real pity that Alan Menken is being thrown under the bus by the marketing team. But I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't a little curious about this, and that maybe, from a visual standpoint, I might like this more than Luck. As for Rachel Zegler, the new star of the live-action Snow White, have you read anything about people harassing her and her apartment because of the ongoing backlash? Yeah, no, I honestly, I do empathize with Rachel.
Wait, hold that.
As for Rachel Zegler, the new star of the live-action Snow White,
Oh,
have you
right,
heard
yeah,
anything
that.
about people harassing her and her apartment because of the ongoing backlash? Yeah, no,
okay.
I do.
Yeah, I disagree with what Rachel has to say, but harassment
honestly,
like that is never fucking good.
It's so crazy. Like, I feel like the fact that Rachel Zegler is in a movie or is starring in a movie produced by John Lasseter, I find that to be far more
Yeah, I disagree with what she tends to say,
whatever
but
hot
don't
take
fucking
that she
harass
would go
people. Like, holy shit, dude.
say about Snow White. Like, yeah, I don't agree with her, but that doesn't deserve the harassment. Like, really, honestly, the harassment, like, you know what the reason is. It's not because of what she said. Like, defending Disney's honor and stuff like that, it's nothing but virtue signaling. You know that,
and also I think the shit that she says online, I think she just gives these guys an excuse to fucking do this shit. At least in their mentality. Yeah, I think that's my point of view.
Rachel Zegler or make those rant videos about Rachel Zegler, it's mainly because she is a woman of color. I'm just saying. Anyways, yeah, this trailer is just okay-ish, but I'm pretty much very cautiously optimistic about it. I just think the premise is absolutely cliche at this point. That humor still isn't very good, and that song of the trailer is very generic. I'll give that the animation does look pretty good to me, and the voice acting isn't that bad by these recognizable actors. Also, only mentioning John Lasseter once is definitely a godsend to me. Look, I like Vicky Jackson, and she seems really nice, but this ain't it. Yeah, I mean, like, nothing against Vicky Jackson, and I mean, I understand she has to do her job and stuff like that, but yeah, I don't think this is a prime example of what she can do. And by the way, I do see, according to the poll, that 75% of you, 3/4 of those who have voted, will say no, you are not interested in checking out Spellbound. So in that regards, it's already not looking good for Netflix. And you know, based on the previous reports that I have heard, that apparently Netflix really wants Skydance Animation to be like the next big studio of the platform. Yeah, it's not going to be boasting well, or at the very
probably
least,
not
they
going to
are off
happen.
To
especially with
pretty bad start right here.
The animation looks bargain bin.
I really wanted to be fair and assume the first trailer was just bad marketing, and after seeing this one, nah, that was just mid. The animation is fine enough, but the plot is as generic as it gets. The voice acting feels like a waste of talent, and the jokes doesn't feel like jokes. They just feel like sentences. Overall, I see no reason why I should watch this over Moana 2 or even Wicked. At least I feel like I'm gonna remember those films. Exactly. Like this, exactly. At best, it just feels very forgettable. It just feels very bland. And
yeah, something that just gets into your mind and like 10 minutes later you completely forget about it.
So, and if the film turns out to be boring, then boy, that's gonna be a big issue for it. Anyways, I will watch the movie so I could support the people who worked on this. I could see that I could see it as a not memorable animated film. Let's just hope it does not get nominated for an Oscar. As we have seen other animated films nominated for Best Animated Feature, like Shark Tale and The Boss Baby.
Again, I need multi-kills.
You just remember that those films were both nominated for the Oscars. Yes, I know, but I don't think that's going to happen. If
I'm gonna have to get something that it's either Kill Streaks
or an animated movie that was released on Netflix
or
that will
Headshots
get a
or whatever.
nomination.
Because multi-kills I can't really do with just 2 people.
A lot more in the favor of Wallace and Gromit: Vengeance Most Foul. That looks like it's going to get a strong chance to get it, more so than any of the other features. So I'm just saying, honestly, I would be shocked if Spellbound somehow finds a way to get a nomination. Then, honestly, I just feel like there would be no way whatsoever. Anyways, this trailer really doesn't impress me. This honestly just looks generic, and it feels like John Lasseter is trying to recreate his time at Disney. We still don't hear the musical numbers. Maybe the animation looks decent, but it just feels empty. And at this point, John Lasseter really isn't doing Skydance Animation any favors. Also, it's worth noting,
now he's just mostly doing the Miller
animated
weapons.
projects from Netflix that got leaked a few months ago, alongside the Plankton movie, Arcane Season 2, and more. Yes, that is kind of funny to mention. It is true that it did get leaked, but notice how when it did get leaked, nobody was talking about it. Like, a lot of the attention was given to stuff like Arcane Season 2 or the Plankton movie, but I don't think I saw a single person even mention about Spellbound, or even
because
talked
no one
about
gives a shit about
Spellbound,
it.
or saw any of the leaked footage. Like, no one honestly cared. So I think that it's a pretty bad sign to how, like I said,
really,
at best,
really
this
bad
movie
sign.
is just going to be absolutely forgettable.
Yep.
Let's see now. Well, at least it's advertising the movie and not the producer who without saying his name. I still don't care for this. It's fine. Cute, inoffensive. It's better than the last trailer. I just kind of wish it was more interesting. Like, I feel like it wants to be Moana, but it feels more boring. Rachel Zegler, she deserves better. Lucy Gray Baird was the best I've seen her in. Lasseter, just retire. Cars 2 is considered a cult movie now. You don't need to try and redeem your career. Yeah, exactly. There's no going back. And especially in the current state of how Skydance animation is, I think it is pretty clear that everybody knows that the problem with Skydance animation right now is John Lasseter. It's just that the higher-ups don't want to accept that problem. They're the only ones who are looking at John with rose-tinted glasses because of their nostalgia of John Lasseter and the hopes that he could recreate that magic of what he did at Disney. But you know, they know it's not going to happen. If one way or another, it's either John Lasseter has to quit, or they gotta let him go. I think it's ultimately going to be one of those two options in order for Skydance Animation to survive, especially when there's going to be that massive transition period when Skydance is going to ultimately acquire Paramount. All right, I think I'm going to read one more comment, and then we're going to move on to our next break. All right. While I could say that this trailer was a bit better than the previous trailer, even though it's not much, it still impressed me to watch this movie. I feel like it's a Spirited Away ripoff, and the animation looks like it's trying so hard to look like a Disney movie. I think it's safe to say that I'm going to pass on this and check out Moana 2.
Trying a little too hard.
Yeah, well, funny enough, I don't think not many people are that interested in watching Spellbound, but for the few of you who are interested, then keep in mind that it will be coming out on Netflix on November 22nd, which oh wow,
I think that's the biggest thing. They can't really fucking compete with Disney. If you're only gonna be releasing on Netflix, then you can't fucking compete with Disney at all.
Discussion about a much better movie, a cinematic masterpiece, in fact, in which we will talk about Who Framed Roger Rabbit. But we're not gonna go and answer that question. But we're going to have an update in terms of the bigger question. When are we ever going to have a Who Framed Roger Rabbit 2? And what the fridge has what the fridge is taking so long, or what's preventing us from having a Who Framed Roger Rabbit 2? So stay tuned for that.
Right, that is a good point though, because Who Framed Roger Rabbit has a lot of a lot of fucking copyright stuff in it, so that could be one of the things why it keeps it from being released.
On our next story, we're going to talk about a movie that is highly beloved. One that, for those of you watching or listening,
I say that, and then the fucking Chip and Dale movie was released with the fucking ugly Sonic.
And I know I enjoy it. I know it's one of my favorite movies. I'm, of course, talking about Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And ever since that movie first came out back in 1988, there's been a lot of speculations in regards to a possible sequel to Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Now, of course, we have known that there have been several attempts in the past in order to have Roger Rabbit's big comeback. But in order to have that, it's a little bit more complicated. But why is it that nowadays, even though Roger Rabbit is a very popular movie and very beloved, why is it that now, especially in this age of cinema, in which we have seen many nostalgic properties making a big comeback, especially recently, like with Beetlejuice, for example, how come we haven't seen one from Roger Rabbit as of yet?
Not even Jessica Rabbit.
Well, according to the film's director,
and how the internet is fucking good at everything, that really surprises me.
Jessica Rabbit, yes. Allegedly, or well, apparently, Robert Zemeckis says that right now the reason why we don't really have a Roger Rabbit sequel is mainly because Disney would not want to do anything with Roger's femme fatale girlfriend, Jessica Rabbit.
Oh, is that
now,
why?
I could go and read you what Robert
Come on,
Zemeckis
dude.
actually said in this article here on Variety, but you know what? I'm actually going to let Robert Zemeckis say it himself, because the source of it all is actually on the podcast Happy, Sad, Confused with Josh Horowitz. And from there, in the podcast, they were mostly talking about a lot of Robert Zemeckis' career, and especially his latest movie that just released here. But there was a little segment in which they talked about Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and even a little bit on why is it we don't have a sequel as of yet. And this
Can't they really just do a sequel without Jessica?
Here's what you have to know, and I
mean, it'd be kind of weird not having her, but
Disney
still.
would never make Roger Rabbit today.
Yeah.
So they can't make a movie with Jessica in it.
Right.
So there's very little. So the Seaman and Price sequel script isn't ever going to see the light of day, as good as it is.
Really?
Because I mean, look what they did to Jessica at the theme park. They trussed her up in a trench coat. You know.
Can't show it.
I can't show the lines.
Was Eddie Valiant in there? Obviously, we lost the great Bob Hoskins. Was there a way?
So then he would go on to go and discuss
they can't show the
about
curves
a little bit of
and the
original
hills.
idea
Know what I'm saying?
What they wanted to do in the sequel, specifically mentioning how originally they were thinking about having Eddie Valiant come back, but only as a ghost, where he would just pop in from time to time to go and help out Roger,
Right, because they can't get Bob Hoskins.
whatever
He's
would
dead.
be happening in the sequel. But unfortunately, since Bob Hoskins passed away several years ago, that idea could never really happen, or they could
unless
try
they
to
do like
that,
a CG
but
ghost,
it
like
would
what they did with
honestly
fucking
be a bit
Ghostbusters.
distasteful. So the big thing to go and highlight is the fact that apparently Robert Zemeckis believes that it's because of Jessica Rabbit why we do not have a sequel to Who Framed Roger Rabbit, or at least Disney wants to keep their distance away from Jessica Rabbit, mainly because of the image that you know, she's a little too sexy for Disney, and Disney wants to maintain their family-friendly image and stuff like that. Like, and honestly, I'm just gonna go and say this right now. When you take a step back from what Robert Zemeckis is trying to say, and you look at the big picture of what his argument is, it's really not that different from what many other people have been complaining about Disney, and it has become so tiring. And honestly, it's an argument that is becoming less and less true, where nowadays it's not even like a relevant statement anymore. It's like, I would even say, like, it's like you can't even say that it's true anymore. And that is the fact that, oh, Disney has become way too politically correct. Yes, it's another one of those comments. It's another one of those boomer style complaints where they say that, oh, Disney nowadays is just so politically correct. They're not like how they used to be when they're so grand and they can do whatever they want. And now Disney is just being so restrictive and politically correct for the sake of being family friendly and to be, you know, to be all PC and liberal and just trying to make money and whatever, you know, like, it's really at the end of the day just that same old song and dance number, that same repetitive argument, which I'm just gonna go and say that I don't think you could really say that anymore, especially when nowadays Disney is becoming more open to make mature content, to make things that are not only geared a little bit more towards adults, but to even make
Deadpool and Wolverine. That's technically a Disney movie now.
And the best example to go and prove this is what we have seen this summer with Deadpool and Wolverine.
Do I even have to fucking say anything?
Went all out in terms of its R rating. Like, it really did its best to ensure
I swear I didn't pre-watch this shit.
Made for adults, with cursing galore, especially both from Deadpool and Wolverine, and not to mention being highly violent with all the slicing and dicing and the gore and the explosions and all that kind of stuff.
Something else.
All the kind of human mutilation that you would see Like especially all the different creative ways you would see so many different characters just bleed out and just perish on screen and stuff like that, especially with that opening bit where Deadpool would be dancing to Bye 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 by NSYNC and just slicing and dicing all those people. Like at that
right, very
point,
much like the beginning of the first movie where it's all in slow motion.
And not only that, but they also acknowledge that it is from Disney. Like, yeah, sure, they didn't flat out put up the Disney logo in front of the film, but at the same time, they're not hiding
for God's sakes, Disney owns fucking Family Guy now.
Either. Like they real, you know, they're
let
starting
that sink
to really
in.
open
Disney
up. And not to mention,
owns
like,
Family Guy
even
now.
in terms of trying to go and promote it, like Disney decided to go all out and say that, yeah, this is our movie actually. And even like when you went to Disneyland during the summer, like you would see like those little shows that they did with Deadpool and Wolverine, with those like the story time with Deadpool stuff. So from there, like the big point that I am trying to say, especially with the fact that Deadpool and Wolverine has now become one of the most successful films of the year, one of the two next to Inside Out to make over $1 billion at the box office, it's at the point that now Disney is starting to become a lot more open in terms of making adult content or making things that are not exclusively family friendly. Like they don't have to attach the Disney brand.
They always tried.
Just be
they have tried doing non-family friendly stuff. Like look at the Pirates of the Caribbean movies.
Be a little bit more experimental with trying
that was more PG-13
more
though.
mature content, and
that wasn't like full on M.
With Deadpool
M for
and
mature.
Wolverine, both critically and financially. Now they could go and try to be a bit more adult and be not as worried about doing things that wouldn't be perceived as family friendly. Now, I'm not saying this to say that, oh, they can make the Roger Rabbit sequel be R-rated as much as they want. You know, I'm not saying that, oh, we can make that Roger Rabbit sequel be extremely violent.
Yeah, just Roger Rabbit just kept saying the N-word or the F-bomb. Just drop F-bombs.
In like full frontal nudity right in front of the camera. I'm not saying that at all. Even though there is that dumb male side of me that would love to see that, like that's not my point that I am trying to make. What I am trying to say is that the image of Jessica Rabbit being too mature or being a little bit too scandalous for Disney, that is not something that they should really be worried about. If anything, if it seems a little too mature for the Disney brand, then they could just go and label it as a 20th century movie. You know, kind of do, you know, because nowadays the 20th century logo is pretty much used the same way like how Touchstone was.
Yeah, they
back
when
in the 80s
when Disney
and
wanted to make like bring in a movie that they didn't have much faith in, or just a mature shit, they would just use the Touchstone pictures logo shit.
To Roger Rabbit and stay true to that.
Even though it was still technically a Disney movie.
You could just go and give it the 20th century logo, so it wouldn't be that big of a problem. And speaking of Jessica Rabbit specifically, I just want to go and point out that even though like the way that Disney would use Jessica Rabbit, it's not as prominent as it was back in the 1990s. Disney is not hiding Jessica Rabbit either, because Robert Zemeckis' comment, he makes it sound like Disney wants nothing to do with Jessica Rabbit. They don't want anything to do with Jessica and try to bury her. You know, kind of frame Jessica Rabbit no differently than how Disney is treating Song of the South nowadays, but I know that is absolutely not true. Like, first of all, you got the comment in regards to Disneyland, where they updated her and gave her a trench coat.
Right,
but
if they didn't want to...
a lot of context that he is missing. Because
if they didn't want to bring us, they wouldn't even put her in Disneyland at all in the first place.
And yes, they did give her a trench coat where she's not as,
Revealing?
you know, like risque or as much of a femme fatale like we see her in the movies, but also they gave her a bigger role. They gave her more of a purpose. In the original Roger Rabbit cartoon spin, she was mostly presented as a bit of a damsel in distress, no differently than like how Princess Peach was in the Mario games. But this time around, they decided to give her a bit more of a bigger role. Like when they added that cue to Cartoon Spin, they did explain that now Jessica has become a private detective, that, you know, that she has a bit more of a bigger role, that she would go and fight off the weasels alongside Roger Rabbit.
That's kind of interesting, though.
More of a stronger character.
Yeah, taking like the role of like the
so that's
Bob
just
Hoskins in the movie.
I want to go and do.
Interesting.
And not to mention, if Robert Zemeckis really does believe that Jessica Rabbit is a problem for Disney and that they don't want to display her whatsoever, then why is it that Disney is still selling merchandise with Jessica Rabbit's image in there? Like, if you go to the Disney parks, you'll still see plenty of stuff that Disney is selling that does feature Jessica Rabbit, and not, you know,
that is a good point, though.
Like
if they really didn't want to have Jessica Rabbit at all, they wouldn't even bother monetizing her. They would just put her in the fucking Disney Vault alongside Oswald.
When I was at Disney last year, when I went to Disney World, I actually did go and buy a bunch of pins. And one of them that I purchased, I actually have it right over here. If you could probably see it, this is a pin of Jessica Rabbit, and you know, she's presented in a sexy pinup pose, and it says here, and like it even has the writing, "I'm not bad, I'm just drawn that way." And keep in mind, this is something
I think that's the line from the movie.
Last
Pretty
year,
sure.
and it's something that I know to this day Disney is still going out and sell. Like, they're still presenting Jessica Rabbit as that sexy bombshell. So in that regards, I don't know what the fridge he's really talking. I don't know what Robert Zemeckis is talking about. Like, Disney is still highlighting and presenting Jessica Rabbit, maybe not as prominently as they used to. You know, it ain't like in the early 90s when Roger Rabbit's popularity is on par to like Mickey Mouse or
more
how
so
Stitch is
an old
nowadays.
fart that doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Jessica
He's
Rabbit
like,
and still presenting
what's the
her
word?
as the sexy bombshell.
He's
So they're not
angry
hiding
that
it
he couldn't do
whatsoever.
the sequel
So
because
it really
Disney
shows that when it comes to Disney, if
didn't
they
let
would
him or
go
whatever.
and make that Roger Rabbit sequel, maybe they would update her character a little bit to be more than just a femme fatale and stuff like that.
Or
but
no,
they
Denzel
won't
in distress.
take out the sexy aspect from Jessica Rabbit. So I have to heavily disagree with him that Jessica Rabbit seems to be a problem. In fact, I'm honestly going to go and turn things around on this. If I would blame one problem, if I would have to point out an issue of like what's really holding us back from actually having a Roger Rabbit sequel, I don't think it's actually because of Jessica. I think it's more because of Robert Zemeckis. I think it's really because of him why I think we don't have one yet. And that's mainly because, well, I'm just going to be brutally honest, but when was the last time that we've had a good Robert Zemeckis movie? And I don't mean like a masterpiece in the levels of like some of his earlier works.
He
like
hasn't really
Back
had
to the
much
Future
good
or
movies
Roger
ever since.
Rabbit or Castaway or anything like that. Like, when was the last time that we have seen a legitimately good Robert Zemeckis film that that people have actually enjoyed? You know, like, write down in the chat wall, honestly. Write down what you think. Like, okay, I've seen people comment
The Walk?
The Walk back in 2015.
Oh, I think I know what that one is. I think it's about a dude that tries to rope walk between two giant
honestly,
buildings. I think that's what it is.
You're kind of proving my point. It's been honestly a long time that we have seen Robert Zemeckis make a movie that honestly feels very much worthwhile. Because the quality of the films that he's been putting out now, oh my god, let's be honest, they've been bad. Like honestly, the Robert Zemeckis of nowadays is certainly not like the Robert Zemeckis back in the back in the 80s, 90s, and even a bit of the 2000s. Because this Robert Zemeckis we have now, it's honestly awful.
Yeah,
and a
we get
lot of the
from him
movies are
recently?
just like a lot of his movies are just awkward at best. You know, like we got films like Welcome to Marwin, or even that new movie Here. Like a lot of critics are saying that it's not that worth it, and especially the Pinocchio remake. Oh my goodness, did he make a mess out of that Pinocchio remake? And I'm just gonna say,
which Pinocchio remake?
If Disney would announce that they would make a sequel to Roger Rabbit and they would bring back Robert Zemeckis,
Yeah, I know.
I'd honestly be
I don't
pretty hesitant.
know any of the
if I would
more
be
recent
as
movies.
excited as I'd want to be, considering that the quality of his features are really not what they used to be. And I mean, considering that it is Roger Rabbit, like it would make sense.
I mean, can't they
if
just
you
get
would
like a different
someone like
director
Robert
or some
Zemeckis
shit?
be
Like,
involved,
does he
so
own
that
the fucking
in some
script or some
capacity,
shit?
He would have a say in terms of making that Roger Rabbit film. But as is now, like as he is right now, if it's gonna be, you know, if he's gonna be bringing out quality entertainment like what we have seen with stuff like Marwin or Here or the Pinocchio remake, it's not going to be worthwhile. It's just going to be nothing but an absolute wasted potential. It's hard for me to feel like it's hard for me to feel like I'd agree with him, or that that I'd believe him that the script that they got right now is actually good. Maybe it is, but you need someone to go and execute it. And right now, it should not be Robert Zemeckis. And by the way, I just want to go and pretty much mention, by the way, that I just want to go and quickly mention that some people are even saying there is also the copyright troubles, and that's often like an overlooked issue that not many people have
but I don't know.
discussed in
There's recently there have been movies like Chip and Dale where they bring a lot of fucking copyright material, so I don't know. And also Disney owns a lot of shit nowadays.
Is largely due to copyright troubles where the copyright of Roger Rabbit is as complicated as Spider-Man's film rights. You know, it's kind of like a constant struggle between Amblin and Disney. And like they would often have a very hard time trying to agree upon something in order to bring back Roger Rabbit. I mean, Disney got very lucky that they were able to even bring back Roger Rabbit for that 2022 Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers movie. But other than that, though, you know, I feel like the issue is a lot more complicated than the kind of comment that Robert Zemeckis has made. Again, this is nothing more than
I think it's most likely the copyright stuff.
Even Disney is so PC. When it's obviously been proven that it's not really true. Disney has grown to become a lot more mature with the stuff that they are bringing out, and they're not. And even in terms of the sexiness, they're not really afraid to go and display that. Case in point, check out some of the episodes of Agatha All Along. And even with Jessica Rabbit, they're still selling her image. They're still selling merch related to her. So there's nothing that's really holding Disney. You know, I don't think the arguments that Robert Zemeckis is making in terms of why we don't have a Roger Rabbit 2, I don't think it's that. I don't think it has to do with how Disney is right now or how Jessica Rabbit is.
I think the best option is probably the copyright stuff.
Robert Zemeckis
most
and
likely.
The copyright troubles with Amblin. So I just want to go and put out my piece. And I know that it is my opinion, and I don't know if everybody is going to agree with me with saying that, but yeah, I know that Robert Zemeckis is the director of Roger Rabbit, but like I said before, he's not how he is right now. He's not like the director that we once knew and loved. All right, so with that said, now I would like to go on to the chat wall, and I'd like to ask you all, what do you think about the comments that Robert Zemeckis made about why we don't have a Roger Rabbit sequel yet? Do you guys agree with him? Do you guys not agree? What do you and also, what do you think about the way that Disney is handling Jessica Rabbit nowadays? Let me know what you think.
I don't know.
Let's see.
I think
now.
what happened.
This is honestly a really stupid
I
comment.
probably
for Robert
compared
Zemeckis
how
to
they
make.
handle
Disney is
Jessica
more
the
than
same way
willing to
they
show
handle
Jessica
Oswald.
very prominently.
It's there,
I honestly
but
have to agree with you.
not putting much
I have
attention to it.
Agree with you, and I think it's because Robert Zemeckis and because of how he's not what he used to be. Rather, it be with the Witches movie. Oh yeah, I forgot about that Witches movie, or especially the Pinocchio remake. Seriously, it kind of says a lot when Pinocchio: A True Story is better. At least I can laugh at how bad that movie is. Yeah, honestly, I don't know if I would fully agree there. Like, I would say that as a movie, A True Story is worse than the Disney remake. But in terms of the enjoyability,
right.
would have a lot more
The
fun watching
the Disney's Pinocchio remake, right? I see. The one with fucking.
Remake. All right, what else we got here? Oh, I highly doubt Jessica Rabbit is the reason why they can't make a sequel. She's a woman who knows she's hot, she's confident, she's loving, and she's an ace icon. It's not like her original outfit was that skimpy. The real reason is every company having a stronghold on IPs and that they won't share unless it's an exorbitant price.
Might have to look into that. I'm pretty sure the remake of Pinocchio, Disney's Pinocchio, was Tim Burton.
Zemeckis is just a bitter
I thought it was Tim Burton.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. My big question when a Roger Rabbit sequel comes up is just, do we even need one? Roger Rabbit is one of those movies that works best as a standalone. I think it was Brad Bird who says sometimes a story ends at the end. But as for the worry about Jessica Rabbit, no. Besides, with Zemeckis' recent track record with visual effects heavy movies, we may be dodging a bullet. I mean, as long as Roger isn't making a terrible Chris Pine joke. Oh yeah, that is so true. My God, like the jokes on Pinocchio, it just reminds me of how cringe that they could be. Like, especially from that version of Honest John. And I mean, I love Honest John in the original Pinocchio, but that Keegan-Michael Key version was just awful. Especially, it's like, yes, Pinocchio, I shall make you an influencer. Let's call you Chris Pine. Oh, jeez. You know, it's just an extra reason why I feel so sorry for Chris Pine nowadays. You know, he's been getting some terrible luck, and he doesn't deserve it. Rather it be with box office failures like with the Dungeons & Dragons movie and Wish, or even his directorial debut that really didn't work out, or even that joke right there. Let's be honest, Chris Pine deserves better, and he deserves more recognition for the works that he has done. I mean, like, say what you will about Wish or King Magnifico, but at least, like, Chris Pine did give Magnifico some charm. Like, at least he tried to make King Magnifico charismatic, or even in the Dungeons and Dragons movie. My God, like, do I need to explain how fun the dude is in that movie? The only reason why you wouldn't understand is because you may have not seen it. I just want to go and lay that out right there.
Like, 1% of that movie, the Dungeons and Dragons one, they actually put all four actors into a Dungeons and Dragons session so they can get the mindset of how it works, which is kind of cool.
But I agree with you that the problem of making a sequel is far more complicated than a stupid argument about Jessica herself. Yeah, if anything, it honestly feels like a distraction from the real problems of why we don't have a Roger Rabbit sequel yet. And also, just to go back from the previous comment, I do agree, like, honestly, it's like cool if we would have one, but then again, we can live without a Roger Rabbit sequel, considering that movie, like, is just pure genius, and it would be next to impossible to go and, like,
it's up there, like, Back to the Future being like a movie that's very hard to replicate.
I'm not surprised that some people would think about that Jessica Rabbit's sexiness is the reason of their problems. I think even beyond that, well, I actually don't think Robert Zemeckis is the issue either. Honestly, if you ask him to come back, I wouldn't hesitate if it would be good. He officially lost his touch. I know they say it's an IP problem, but I mainly think we can't have another sequel because they don't have a clear idea on how to do another film with cartoon characters again. Yeah, and honestly, I feel like with even with that Chip and Dale movie, like, that's the closest we've gotten to a Roger Rabbit sequel. And I know there's been some different reactions to it, but for me it was like, eh. You know, I ended up you know, I didn't hate it. Like, it ended up turning out to be a lot better than I expected, but the movie was kind of forgettable, honestly, especially like when the plot is just so bland, you know, it just sucked. All right, I think I'll read one more comment before we go on to our next break here. Let's see. I'll go with I'll go with this one. If it's a Jessica Rabbit problem, then make some changes to make the character's appearance. Like,
yeah, just slightly change her body or something like that. I don't know.
Make Jessica Rabbit more a strong, feminine, not damsel in distress, and less revealing while staying true to the original design.
Mary Sue.
Also, make Roger Rabbit's sequel PG-13. Walt Disney Animation Studios can start their adult animation label like Illumination did with Moonlight. Don't give excuses, Robert. You don't like women. Okay, hold on. I'm not gonna. Okay.
Damn.
I'm not gonna go and accuse Robert Zemeckis of being a misogynist by pinning the blame on Jessica Rabbit. You know, I don't want to go and make that statement whatsoever, and I don't think that is true that Robert Zemeckis is a misogynist. That's not the issue whatsoever. I just think that, honestly, again, it just feels like nothing more but a boomer problem of honestly, that I can pretty much say right now is the big lie that Disney is so PC. All right, so
which
now
isn't the case at all.
Go on to our next break, and when we do come back, we're gonna go and talk about another cult classic, but this time around the issues with it are a lot more technical than a comment from a filmmaker. So we will be right back, and I will show you how not to go and do an upscale.
Upscale?
All right, welcome back. Now, when it comes to our next story, we're going to talk about a different cult classic movie. One that may not be as recognizable as Who Framed Roger Rabbit, but one that has a very devoted fan base. And on the surface, it sounds like very exciting news, especially when this movie is going to be making a comeback to the big screen. But there is a little bit of a catch to it that may spoil a bit of that excitement. And what I'm talking about, of course, is in regards to Interstellar 5555, or as the full title is, or as what it's fully called, Interstellar 5555, the 5 Tori of the 5 Ecrit 5 Tar 5 Istum. Wait, is that not how you say it? I mean, I literally read that, right?
Yes.
But anyways, yes, Interstellar 5555
is this a sequel to Interstellar from shit?
Back to the big screen. And for those of you who don't know what Interstellar 5555 is, it's a Japanese animated feature that is based on the second album by Daft Punk called Discovery. And the best way to go and describe it is that what The Wall is to Pink Floyd and what Yellow Submarine is to the Beatles, Interstellar 5555 is to Daft Punk. That's the best way to go and summarize it. So hopefully,
so it's just a movie based on a band or whatever, or it has the band.
It has been reported that for one night only, specifically on December 12th, in 800 cinemas and in 40 countries,
the plus-sized
which does include the United States, Canada, and several others. There's the full list that we got here. Trafalgar Releasing is going to be putting out Interstellar 555 as a 4K remaster. So not only will it be coming back to the big screen, but it will be coming back in 4K, like really
right, and the problem is what? It's gonna be like an AI upscale or some shit?
They have also revealed that there is going to be a special album dedicated to this occasion, to which I will be reading from my source here on Anime News Network, as it states. The band will also release a limited physical edition of the Discovery Interstellar 5555 edition album the next day. The limited edition includes the original Japanese edition artwork, stickers, a Daft Club card. 3 editions will be available for sale. The 5555 gold vinyl, 5555 numbered CDs, and 25,000 black vinyl. So from there,
Okay.
It already sounds
so
exciting.
far so good.
You know, you got this movie that many fans beloved, especially with the fact that it is the Daft Punk movie. Now it's going to be coming back to the big screen and also going to be upscaled. So a very exciting moment.
However,
you know, like when you got like a beloved, you know, like an animated film that fans really do enjoy, and that's going to be coming back to the big screen. That's like an experience that many don't want to miss. But the biggest catch, however, is the technology that they use in order to make it a 4K
is it AI
remaster,
upscale?
in which it has been noted that they used AI in
Yep,
order
I
to
knew it.
upscale this. Now, I know some people might be wondering, well, is it really a problem that they would use AI? I mean, it's not like they use it in order to make the movie or make new scenes out of it.
I mean,
but is
yeah.
it just complaining about
Someone
the
that
use of
saw
AI
like the
in general?
cutscenes on Sonic Colors
Actually,
Ultimate, where
there is
they
a
also
justifiable reason,
upscaled the cutscenes
and that
with
is
AI.
When you look at the results of the upscaled
The results can
image.
go
Like,
very
you look at this and it's,
bad.
You can already see a little bit of a problem. Like, you see what's going on with their
some of the
eyes
background
here,
stuff
or
can look a
even,
little
what's
iffy
going on
with
with this
AI.
guitar? I don't know. There's something a little bit off that's going on here. Maybe in the next photo we'll get something better.
Yeah, again, the same shit happened with the cutscenes in Sonic Unleashed Ultimate. They upscaled the cutscenes with AI, and it pretty much does the exact same thing.
What's going on?
Stuff that's like really far away was all the fucking details, because the AI can't keep up with that shit.
Mushy here. Okay, but in all seriousness, though, I will say that not all the images look a bit crappy like this. You know, there are a few that they look pretty all right over here, like this little image with Daft Punk, and you know, like even this little kissing scene right over here, or like the romantic image that they got. But the point that I'm trying to make is that there are some pictures where, yes, it does show, like, oh god, yeah, even this one right over here, it does show that AI is being used. And you know, the saddest thing about this is that you got to keep in mind, these are the images that the distributor,
was most proud of.
This is what they put out to go and promote the movie.
Right.
This is to go and display how they are presenting the 4K remaster. This is what they're showing off to try to promote the movie and the upscale itself.
Right, if that's the best they can come up with, then
really
the rest of the movie shouldn't look.
Right over here.
Isn't gonna really look
honestly,
that good.
I just want to go and say that if you really need to go and use that technology in order to do this upscale, you know, I will say that not everything about it looks terrible, but this is only a first step. That does, like, the fact that you're using AI in order to do this upscale, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't have people to look over it in order to make sure that each frame actually looks crystal clear and perfectly respectable to the original feature. You know, like, honestly,
that's the thing with most people tend to forget with AI when they use upskill and shit. AI is supposed to be more of a tool to help with work, not make AI take over all the fucking work. It's a tool that's supposed to help with the work.
They got a little bit clumsy. They got a little bit clumsy, and they spilled some water.
Yeah, it's the same thing with any.
And they panicked.
It's the same thing with any tool.
Instead of trying to clean it
it's supposed to help them with work, not make it, not take.
They would go and do some mental gymnastics to say that what they did was not a problem. Like, you know, they would just keep on working and just say, it's just a little wet. It's still good.
Yeah, just not wet. The algorithm take over everything.
Honestly, you look at some of these images, and they look like they got a bit messed up by water. Like, this is something that looks like it got water damage. Like, I don't see this as like a perfectly crystal clear HD remaster. This is something that there was something that tampered with the original image, and it kind of got messed up, and that's why, like, we would get this kind of creepy imagery where the dude is falling in love in this planetary setting with this creepy Resident Evil doll. You know, that's what it honestly looks like. And the thing is that if you are going to remaster something, if you are going to bring something to a bigger scale, you need to ensure that it has a human touch. You cannot go and be lazy about it, because then you're going to end up removing a lot of important detail that should be in those movies. And there was a time that I remember Disney would get backlash on it, especially for some of the Blu-ray re-releases. Like, there are some like most of them, they actually turn out to be pretty okay. But when it comes to the Blu-ray versions of some of their older films like Cinderella, or especially The Sword in the Stone, the remaster job that they have done has honestly been considered to be quite awful. Like, it's been considered to be pretty bad, and Disney has gotten backlash from some animation fans and film, you know, and from film restorers. Like they got backlash on that. But I'll even say that the work that they did on those, it doesn't even look that bad compared to stuff
this
like
shit.
This, where
but
like,
just,
it honestly feels a little
put
too
the whole movie
noticeable
into an AI
that,
algorithm, just
yeah,
spew out, got whatever it spewed out.
Pretty much messed up over here. This is why it is, like, if you are going to do a restoration job, it is mandatory that you get people involved, that you need to have people, like I said, in order to go and check literally every frame of the picture to ensure that it is crystal clear, perfect, and presentable for the big screen or for whatever screen that people would go and check it out upon. Like, maybe this is fine as a, you know, as like a base of it, but then you need someone to go and check in and to make those rearrangements to make sure that, you know, you don't get any of those like awkward blurs, or that all the colors are perfectly fine, that they're crystal clear, or that the faces are not too distorted, especially like this one. You got to make sure that someone needs to go and check and be as meticulous as possible in order to ensure that the restoration job can actually work out. Otherwise, you're just going to end up having mess like this. And I mean, if you're going to have a movie in which some scenes are going to look like that, honestly, this honestly makes me feel hesitant to actually go and watch it on the big screen, because I'm not going to be in the mood for some nasty surprises. Now, if you want to have some actual good examples of remastered, especially those of restoring it into 4K, I'm actually going to bring back Disney again, because yeah, they didn't do a great job on certain films, and there are some that they did a pretty bad job on. But then recently, however, the restoration work that they have done, they took it a lot more seriously, and my God, people are praising it as some of the greatest restorations that you will ever find, especially in recent years. And a great example of that is the 4K remaster versions of Cinderella and Snow White. The work that the Disney Archivist has done, they are absolutely beautiful. Like what, like and like they highly display the process that they went to in order to go and create that remaster, including getting some animation legends like Michael Giammo and Eric Goldberg to go and supervise it to ensure that the remaster actually does work out, and that every little detail, even the ones that were once lost on the Blu-ray version, that they would go and come back. And honestly, nowadays, animation fans and Disney fans have been very excited to see what is going to be the next movie that they're going to go and completely remaster. I know for me personally, I'm very excited to see if there's going to be a day that we will see that kind of treatment be given to something like Fantasia or even Sleeping Beauty. They would look phenomenal with that kind of remaster treatment. So hopefully Disney will go and continue to do that, and that soon we will have an announcement on when they would go and actually release that. But there is also another example that I want to go and show you, and it is specifically something that is more fan-made, actually. And it's from a little company called Kineko Video. And this is actually fan-made restorations, but they've done a great job, actually. And in recent years, they've actually, they're mainly known to do a whole bunch of like anime restorations, whether it be stuff like Sailor Moon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Dragon Ball, and stuff like that. But
was this the first time they used
they
AI
actually
though?
did a restoration of the once lost Nelvana cartoon, The Devil and Danger Mouse. And just to show you like a little bit of an example, you'll see that here, let me just oh great, okay, more ads.
Building wealth.
Thank you. Well, at least it's less cringe than ads.
Live a little.
You know, like, okay,
While you
fine,
wait.
wealth's simple. Okay, you can
Get more for your money. And
you know
now,
what? No, we don't need the volume on this. You don't have to freaking listen to it. Okay, clean my X. Okay, well that's a bit of a yikes. Let's go and skip that. So, yeah, like just
clean your what now?
take a look at this restoration job that they did. I mean, yes, it still has the vintage look, but you notice that it is very like there is something about it that still looks very clean about it. That the colors are still pretty sharp. You know, it still has the vintage look, but hey, at least it's a lot sharper than it has ever been before, even preserving a lot of the original lines that were presented in the animation. So honestly, I applaud the team at Kaneko Video for not just updating The Devil and Daniel Mouse, but to make this clear version. Like, this is so far the best that we have gotten from this oh, did I say Danger Mouse before? Okay, sorry. Okay,
Danger
sorry
Mouse.
about that. Okay, yeah, that's what I mean. Okay, that would be quite an odd crossover, may I say. But yes, okay, The Devil and Daniel Mouse. Yes, okay. All right, just to go and make that clarification there. But my point is that this is a beautiful restoration, and I know that this is something that requires
Nice, so I wonder what the fuck happened with the
work in order to go
Daft Punk
and
shit.
actually bring out this clear version. This is not something that they can go and use AI in order to go and upscale it. No, this is like, it shows that this was actually done by hand in order to make sure that the restoration stays as true to the original film reel as possible. So going back into this, yeah, I know, like, we just went to a massive downgrade, going from this beautiful version of the mouse, and then suddenly, oh god, yeah, oh yeah, we're talking about this bad restoration. So overall, honestly, I feel worried about this Interstellar screening. I don't know how the I don't know how the 4-scale remaster is gonna be, but honestly, just from seeing those images, I just feel very discouraged. And I think this is another prominent example of how AI is way too far from being the technology that it claims to be.
I think that, yeah, I think that most people, I think the problem is just people not using it the proper way.
And like, do the job far better than any person could in in just seconds. But we have not reached that point yet, and I don't know if we'll reach that point in years or maybe even decades. There is still a long way to go in order for AI to still be useful, because with images like this, or like this, or like this, or even like this, it still requires a human touch in order to go and do a restoration job. Maybe AI can be used as a little bit of a tool, but you still need to hire a whole bunch of people in order to make a proper remaster. So I just want to go and express my comments onto that. So with that said, now I would like to go on to the chat wall, and I'd like to ask you all, what do you all think about the restoration job that was done on Interstellar 5555? Do you guys think that it actually looks good? Are you guys put off by the look of it?
I still need to get more ammo though.
Interstellar 5555, I would love to know your thoughts on it. All right, so let's see now. I myself never really heard of Interstellar 5555 before, but this is really upsetting. Just the fact that they would want to use AI to upscale it is just really bad and just flat out disgusting. Seriously, it makes me wish that this trend of wanting to use AI for things would just end. Seriously, why else do you think the Animation Guild is fighting to get a better deal? Oh, absolutely. And I mean, they're still fighting strong. And if you guys have not seen it yet, there is a petition that you can go and sign from the Animation Guild that you could put in your piece to go and help out the Animation Guild in order to get a better deal from the companies. So just want to go and quickly mention that. Anyways, I'll admit that I'm not an expert on upscaling, but just one look at this and I have to say,
yeah, it doesn't look very good.
It's just an ordinary Daft Punk. Oh, what? It's just an ordinary Daft Punk. Oh my goodness! I get it. Remastering is a hard gig. But was there really nobody behind the scenes double checking it to see those mistakes? I've never seen the Daft Punk movie, though any movie with that many fives in the title is immediately in my good graces. But surely the original film looks
a little
better
too many
than that.
though.
Oh, absolutely. Like, honestly, I do recommend you go and check out Interstellar 5555. Again, if you enjoy films like The Wall or Yellow Submarine, that Interstellar movie is not that different. I think it would definitely be right up your alley. But this, on the other hand, or you know what? I just realized another movie that would be very similar. Actually, no, I'll save that for later. But yeah, honestly, I do recommend you go and check it out. But maybe not this version in particular.
Yeah,
just
well,
saying.
my bad if you just go for the original.
Anyways, let's see. Okay, this AI thing is now killing me. Like, it is hard to find better technology for 4K. Is there better technology for 4K upscaling on old releases? Look at Lunar Remastered Collection, which is coming to modern consoles early next year. Most of the cutscenes, including the openings, are now updated from low quality 240p to full clean high quality 4K. They can find the right people to do the restoration than just cheap AI. Also, I do apologize about the comment I gave in the last story. All right, hey, that's all good. At least you apologize. If I'm 100% honest, I do think that AI can be used in a good way if they use AI as a proof of concept. Then I could see it working out okay.
Not
but
just
with
to
that
let
said,
the AI do all the fucking work.
Be used for official projects. So I'm definitely concerned about this remaster version on the film. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, that is an interesting take. Again, like, it is, like, again, it's like what I mentioned before. You know, you can use that as a base in order to go and continue your job to do the cleanup for, to do the cleanup job for your restoration, but you should not use AI for the job. All right, what other comments are there? Another funny moment with you being bothered by those YouTube ads. Focusing on the topic, that is the thing about AI. Sometimes the outcome can sometimes backfire. I want preservation for Disney films, animated and live action, to be remastered, probably by people, just like how Wish was made by people and not AI. I find it unfair that people accuse Wish of being made by AI. May I remind you about Hayao Miyazaki's statement about AI being used in film? Yeah, honestly, it's a very sleazy thing nowadays to go and accuse a movie that is being used, like, oh, this movie is so bad it's used AI, when obviously you don't have freaking proof of it. Like, honestly, that's just behavior that it belongs on Twitter, and you should stay on Twitter. And if you're still on Twitter, then you're most like, if you use Twitter as your primary social media, then at that point, maybe you're the one who's more cringe than Wish. Anyways, let's see what other comments are there. What other ones, just to see. All right, I guess I'll read one more. Then we'll go on to our, or maybe two. Okay, let's see now. I never watched Interstellar 5555, but I do enjoy Daft Punk's works. However, from what I see from the images, I'm not so sure. I feel like people are taking AI way too seriously and obsessed of using it in the entertainment industry. And using it on Interstellar 5555 is not okay. Seriously, AI needs to be banned nowadays. Maybe not banned, but just not into the entertainment industry.
Just make sure it's
like
not
Hollywood,
overused, though. I think that's what it is.
And also, massive shout out, because holy crap, the dude manages to write the entire comment while replacing all the S's with a 5. Like, that is commitment right there. Anyways, I will be honest. Upscales are not easy to do, especially if some of the films and shows are either old or obscure. But with the Daft Punk movie, sorry, that's not how you do it. I would love to see some upscales of my favorite shows, as long as they have the right materials needed to make it crisp and clean as possible. That's why animators are still fighting against AI and for their pay and treatment. Good thing I signed the petition earlier today. Hey, that's definitely nice. All right, now we're going to go on to one more break, and when we do return, we will go from upscaling, and then we're going to talk about something completely different. Stay tuned, because in this grand finale, we are going to have a lot more Legos.
Lego? Interesting.
Na Black Friday Media Markt, o Natal chegou mais cedo. Aproveita.
Fucking Media Markt.
And now, everyone, it is time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys didn't even understand what that fucking thing was saying, though.
The grand finale. And for this grand finale, you guys remember when I just hesitated before mentioning that there was another movie that is similar to stuff like Interstellar 555, The Wall, and Yellow Submarine? There is a fourth movie I just realized that is very similar, and it just came out, actually, technically, Piece by Piece. Yes, the Pharrell Williams documentary. It's a little bit of the same thing, especially when they highlight, well, okay, it is a little bit more different. It's not as it doesn't have like a scripted narrative. It is a documentary, but still, though, it is a movie that does highlight a lot of Pharrell Williams music. So it's kind of like in that same genre a little bit. But it does make a really nice segue onto the final story that I have for you today, especially with the fact that, considering that Piece by Piece is the first Lego movie from Universal, well, now they have revealed there's going to be a lot more plans with what they have in store for the toys. And apparently, Universal has not one, not two, but 3 Lego movies in the works. All of which, by the way, are in live action.
Wait, what?
Now, just to let you know right now, we don't necessarily have any additional information as of yet of what these Lego movies entail. The most that we do know is just the fact that
it's like an animation hybrid or some shit.
They're all live action, and we do know the people who are going to be working on them. So let me just go and read you here from my source on The Hollywood Reporter. The first movie is going to be from Jake Kasdan. And it says here, Jake Kasdan's feature has a script from Andrew Mogul and Gerard Paul. Gerard Paul. Okay. After Matt Ryder and Kevin Burrows wrote a previous version. Lego Group's Jill Wilfert and Ryan Christians serves as producers, as do Kasdan and Melvin Marr for Detective Agency. Then we got a second film, which will be brought to us by Patty Jenkins. Yes, Patty Jenkins helms a film for
oh wait, no, I do recognize the voice. I just don't know what she did.
Geoff Johns, which they previously collaborated on Wonder Woman 1984.
Right. She was the director of the Wonder Woman movies, right?
I don't know how to pronounce that. Alongside Wilfert and Christians. And finally, we got our last feature, which will be from Joe Cornish. Yes, Joe Cornish, not only is he directing, but he's also rewriting his movie script after Heather Ann Campbell of Rick and Morty wrote a previous take based on a treatment from Simon Rich. And once again, Wilfert and Christians produced. And other than that, that's pretty much all that we know about these Lego movies. Again, the only things we do know are just the writers, the directors, the producers, and the fact that they are going to be live action. We don't know anything else. We don't know the plots of these movies. We don't know what genre they're going to be. We don't know who the target audience is. We don't know if it's going to be a kids film or an adult film or anything like that. We don't know if it's going to be serious or if they're going to be comedies. And we don't know if they're going to be films in which we don't know if they're all connected per se. We don't know if these movies actually do have any form of connection. Like, are these all a part of a trilogy? Are these all connected in a way that they all belong in a cinematic universe? Or are these just going to be standalone movies? Honestly, nobody knows. And this is why, personally, I feel like this is going to be very interesting in the way that we're kind of back to where we were back in the early 2010s when we have first heard about a Lego movie, but have absolutely no idea
what it's going to be about.
What they're going to be. It's interesting because I feel like with Piece by Piece, it's kind of like the transition movie going from what we know about the Lego movie to completely changing the definition of what a Lego movie is. Because you go and check out Piece by Piece, and yes, there are going to be those similarities to the Lego movie, especially with the animation style. And there are some of it that honestly can be weird and funny at the same time, especially when it's possibly the only movie that I can ever think of that actually features sexy Legos.
A little bit with the
I mean,
weapon,
considering
the
that there are
challenges.
scenes that they have to recreate some music videos, there are times when they have to show some like sexy women in bikinis, but in Lego form. If you've seen the movie, then you know exactly what I mean. But the point that I am making is that
they all look the fucking same.
there are those traits that are familiar to the Lego movie, but it is not built like a Lego movie. I mean, we're talking about a film that is actually a documentary. Like, it was it was entirely built as a documentary first, and then later,
was
the animation
made
team
into
had
Lego.
to completely change up the visuals so that it is all animated and all presented like a Lego movie. So from there, like, it is both expected and unexpected with what they have done with Piece by Piece. But now that we're going to be going on to the next phase and seeing these new Lego movies come out, and the fact that they are live action, now we completely don't know what's going to come up, and we don't know what's going to be the direction that they can take. We're pretty much back to square one in terms of how do you make a Lego movie? Because surely they're not going to go and repeat the same things like what Phil Lord and Chris Miller established with the 2014 movie. And yes, even though there are some live action segments on those features, it's not necessarily going to be in the same way. And with the way that they are saying that they are live action movies, I don't know if it's going to be the kind that they're going to go and do like some live action animation hybrid or anything like that. They seem to indicate it's just going to be live action movies and that's it. So at that point, it does raise the question, how do you do a live action Lego movie? I mean, there are many directions that I can imagine in my head. Like, one straightforward idea would be a biographical feature. You can talk about the creation
the recent
of
one.
Legos. How were they first created, and then suddenly we would see the big boom of it. Or maybe you can go and do like some kind of Jumanji movie where you have, you know, it's kind of like what we just saw with the trailer of Minecraft, where like these people suddenly got transported into the world of Legos or something like that. Or maybe you could do some kind of comedy with a guy who's all crazy about Legos and stuff like that. Like, the possibilities at that point are kind of endless, but it does sound like it does sound like they're going in a different direction than what the original Lego movie has established. I don't think they can go and repeat that same formula from Warner Brothers Lego movies, because then at that point it'll prove to be dry and it'll end up becoming a flop real quick with all those movies.
Right.
I mean, like with the Lego movie,
it's just doing the same shit as the other one.
With Warner Brothers was very short-lived because they just kept on repeating the same thing again and again. again. And I mean, yeah, it was fun when we got it the first couple of times with the first Lego movie and the Lego Batman movie.
Right,
it was
and then
clear
they
that
kept
people were
repeating it.
immediately tired after we have seen the Lego Ninjago movie and the Lego movie, the sequel, the Lego Movie 2, the second part, when people just didn't really want it anymore. They're just tired of it and like immediately moved on, and that's why those features have become a flop. And I think it would be a massive mistake if they want to try to be like those Lego movies, because then at that point it would just be like, you know, it would just fall apart. It would just be like the same things that we have gotten again and again, and it would just become tiring so quick. So there is a chance that with people like Jake Kasdan, Patty Jenkins, and Joe Cornish,
and just your basic ass
they could probably
animated
think
movie.
of something new. Maybe they could try to think of new ways.
The question is, what are they gonna be doing though?
Produce a Lego movie. Again, the possibilities right there could actually be endless. But the big point that I'm trying to make here is that with Universal, now that they're with a completely different company, now they have the liberty to try to do something completely different and completely change up the definition of what is a Lego movie. And who knows, maybe there could be a possibility that maybe they could top what Lord & Miller has done with the original Lego movies. Maybe there could be a way that you could find a new formula to the Lego movie that could actually work out so much better than before, especially with the fact that they are live action. But I just feel like it would be very interesting to go and discuss. And who knows, you know, you know, this is a point, you know, this is honestly something that I want to hear a lot more from you in the chat wall. What would be the possible ideas that they could go with live action Lego movies? Because, you know, maybe, you know, there is a possibility that it could turn out great. Like, I understand, like, some people might think like it's like a cringy cash grabbing idea, but that first Lego movie 10 years ago, like, it proved people wrong that there can be fun, creative ways to make a Lego movie that could actually turn out to be amazing. It could actually turn out to be great. So maybe there's a chance that Kasdan, Jenkins, and Cornish, they could turn out something pretty, you know, they could turn out something that's well done. Maybe they could have some fun ideas of their own that they could go and distribute to Lego. But was specifically though, I know it might sound a little bit early, and I mean, there's not a whole lot that I can go and
because we don't really know anything about
onto this story right over here. But I just feel like this is a very interesting discussion piece. I feel like this is something that, you know, we need to go back and forth in terms of what could be those ideas, and would it be a good idea in the first place to make a live action Lego movie? So now I would like to go and ask you in the chat wall, what do you all think about a live action Lego movie, or these, or having three live action Lego movies from three different from three different directors? What do you think they could do? What could be an idea of a possible Lego movie that they could go and try out? Or what would you like to see in a Lego movie? I would love to know your thoughts. If the chat wall has,
it does sound interesting
thoughts,
though, what they're trying to do.
That's
just about execution.
I'll say right now, I think I am excited for more Lego films, but I'm not sure what it means to be in live action. Tell you the truth, that alone already sounds pretty confusing, since all the Lego films, even before, technically were in live action.
Yeah.
Case in point, Ninjago had a cat in it. Maybe we'll get the idea, since I'll be all in on it. I even got to see Piece by Piece, and I'm surprised the moment that seems adult, they made them look kid-friendly. P.S. Why didn't you tell me the Minions were in it? Well, I mean,
now?
It's Pharrell Williams. You gotta have at some point
the Minions, because of the song Happy,
Me or his involvement with Illumination. I completely expected that the Minions would make some kind of appearance,
because
especially
the song
if
Happy.
they're gonna go and talk about Happy, considering that Happy was made
in
as
Despicable
a
Me
song
2.
specifically for Despicable Me 2. The one thing that I will say that I really am surprised about
I always thought that was
is the fact that the
normal like
cameo
ass
from
song.
the
I didn't know it
Minions
was
surprisingly
specifically
short.
made for
I
that
was
movie.
thinking that they would probably have like a bigger role that they would go and present, or one thing I would even say that I'm really surprised about with Piece by Piece. I am shocked they didn't even have an interview with Chris Meledandri. Like, I was expecting maybe they would have a chance to talk to the guy in terms of the influence that Pharrell's music had, but no, they didn't. Like, they had a little Easter egg where they mentioned Chris Meledandri's name, but it didn't go further than that. And I mean, yeah, they got the cameos for the Minions, but that's pretty much it. Like, Pierre Coffin didn't even come back to do the voice of the Minions, sadly. Honestly, it might sound stupid, but that's probably my one complaint about that's my biggest complaint right now with Piece by Piece. Needs more Minions. Okay, anyways, I'm very curious to see how this could turn
bringing the
out.
fucking
With how
Facebook
big
memes
Lego
as
is,
well.
I could see the possibility of having different live-action Lego movies. Personally, I could see them making a live-action Ninjago movie. With how big Ninjago is and how it's one of Lego's biggest properties, it would be a no-brainer. Honestly, that would be interesting. Or at least even some kind, or like actually do something that is based on the Lego Ninjago series. Like maybe do something that could be closer to that. I mean, like, yeah, like the first attempt of a Lego Ninjago movie, that turned out to be a complete bust. But like you mentioned, considering how big the Ninjago brand is, since like it even surpassed the popularity of Bionicles, I can imagine they could try to do another shot to make a more faithful adaptation to Ninjago.
Bionicles are cool, but I think more people know more of Lego.
Make it work. Let's see now. And you know what? You do bring up a good idea, actually. Like, if you're going to make live-action movies based on Legos, why not make live-action movies based on Nintendo properties? Like, not just Ninjago, but even other stuff like, you know, make a movie based on Chimera, or make a movie based on, like what's that? I don't know, like the fairies or something like that? Like that I don't know, that girl brand that they have. I'm trying to think, but yeah, that would be a pretty solid example. Like, find a way to also incorporate the brands. Or what would be interesting, actually, just to think about it, like some of you in the chat wall, I have noticed that you have mentioned maybe do some kind of like racing movie. That could be an interesting idea. Or even like some kind of like like a sports competition movie.
Even with challenges done.
Building Lego sets. You know, like have a movie where people have to compete to be the fastest to build a Lego set and be the fastest to go and do so. I can imagine that could be a pretty awesome idea. Let's see now. It is nice to see Universal is taking more advantage of the Lego property, but it does concern me about the live action aspect. I would love to see Illumination and maybe Aardman to do Lego movies, because the latter is mostly used to stop motion. I would love to see Robert Zemeckis do a Lego movie himself, especially in mocap, mainly because I enjoyed the Polar Express as a kid. I have a question if you can answer.
Robert
Do you think motion
Robert
capture is
Zemeckis really
considered
isn't the same as he
real
was
animation?
before, like 20
I know
years
that
ago.
is a pretty tough question to answer, and I know that debate is still going on to this day, but I do feel like there are ways that you can actually use it in animation. And honestly, the best example that I can think of is The Adventures of Tintin. I do consider that an animated feature, an underrated masterpiece of a movie, by the way. But yeah, considering that one primarily uses motion capture and does so very
It's
well,
a really good movie.
that I
Should
do
watch.
believe does count as animation. And even the fact that you did bring up the Polar Express, technically that does also count as an animated movie as well. There are, like, honestly, the thing is with motion capture is that it is a tool, and I do believe that it can be used as a tool in order to produce animation. And by the way, fun fact, DreamWorks Animation has actually used motion capture before in order to produce some of their animations. Case in point, How to Train Your Dragon. Some of it, and I don't know if it's all the movies, but I know with the second film, they did use motion capture in order to do some of the animation for the human characters, like Hiccup and Astro.
Okay.
So just to let you know, yeah, I do think that motion capture can be used as an animation tool, but has to be used in a specific way, like Tintin or the Polar Express.
I mean,
let's see what other comments would there be.
the whole concept of motion capture has been used ever since like the old school days.
Got to do with the Lego movies, and it sucks
Like
that the movies didn't do
old,
too
like
well
the
at
old
the
school
box
cartoons,
office,
they
but
would
I'm
take
very
like
surprised that they still
live
got
action
more
footage, they
films
would
planned
just
for the
draw
deal.
over it.
If I
Yeah,
want
that's
to
been
see a
used for
live
like
action Lego movie, then maybe do
forever
a
though.
racing film. That'd be really cool. Or maybe a space police movie. That would be epic and a lot of fun. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Someone is mentioning, oh, what's this? Hold on a sec. We got an update here. It looks like okay. It looks like, that Lego Ninjago movie, that live action Lego Ninjago movie, that might be real, actually. It says here, Kevin and Dan Hagman are tapped to go and script the Lego Ninjago movie for Universal. Okay. So, okay. Well, you know, funny enough, I don't, let's see. Okay. Oh, wow. This might be a different one, actually, because it even mentions here. This is from my source on Deadline, or from one of the person in the chat wall. It says, news of the new Ninjago comes following word that Jake Kansdan, Patty Jenkins, and Joe Cornish are on board to direct live-action Lego movies for Universal. Details on the plot for the Hagmans film are under wraps. Oh, wow. Okay. I was not expecting that would be a legitimate thing, but...
right from the...
Okay,
it was announced
so
like, for what?
It looks like we got a fourth...
Just a few hours ago?
live-action Lego movie,
Oh, whatever
and
the
it is the
fuck the
Lego
VOD was,
Ninjago movie.
was
Believe
done.
it or not. Wow. All right. Yo, thank you so much for sharing me this, Gumball fan.
Yeah, what did they,
Oh, wow.
why did
Okay,
they
that's
have
an
plans for that,
interesting
though?
update. Okay, but yeah, honestly,
It's
you
very
know what?
odd.
I think that would actually go and mark a pretty good ending to this episode of Animat's Crazy Cartoon Cast. Thank you all so much for joining me on this. And once again, just a quick reminder, there will be no episode of Animat's Crazy Cartoon Cast next week. I will be coming back the week afterwards when I return from my vacation. And also with that said, if
Have
you
a good
guys
vacation,
would like
buddy.
to follow me for more crazy adventures on Animat's Crazy Cartoon Cast, covering some of the wild news that's happening in animation and in our world, then you can go and subscribe to the Animat Live Twitch channel and the Animat's Crazy Cartoon Cast YouTube channel. You could also go and follow me on whatever podcast service you're listening to, rather it be on Spotify, Apple, or
YouTube.
Amazon. And with that said and done, I would like to say thank you all so much for listening. Thank you all so much for watching. And until next time,
See you later. Alright. I mean, we are almost done here, so I think it might be best if I just put on the fucking music. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, there you are. There we go. Yeah, for the rest of the stream, I'll just put on the music. Yeah, we're pretty much almost done. I just need to finish off my turn, and we'll call it a session. It's still gonna take a bit though. I need like almost 140. Come on. Okay, there we go. Finally. I hope it doesn't take too long to get this shit done, because I'm already past the 4-hour mark. Right, for next time, I'll probably pull out the Connor and the other guys, and as well as wait, which one was I using? And the Block Okage, yeah, the Gaming Illuminati again, yeah. I need to get more different podcasts though. I always end up using the same people. Yeah, at least I got a few more with the second wind. Try Team Retro. I don't know. When I think of podcasts, I think like actual podcasts, not like fucking reviews of handout shit. Like people actually having this discussion. Yeah, from what I've seen, it's just the reviews of fucking electronics. Not what I'm looking for. Hey, right, yeah, I was thinking of Serafina as well. They're probably still doing more shit. Yeah, I'll probably look into that. Yeah, this song really brings back though. I used to use this one when I was doing Assassin's Creed 2 like almost 2 years ago. You know what would be a crazy idea for a stream? What? Seeing how many Mega Man games I can beat in 24 hours. I don't know. That means for me though. You can do that too. You can do that. Actually, that sounds like a good idea. Just not for me though. I have no experience with any of the Mega Man games. But you probably can pull that off, huh? Already at 300s. Do you know who else could pull it off? I don't know. Darkwaza? I don't know. I don't know who else plays Mega Man games. Oh, I mean like a speedrun competition or some shit. Then? Yeah, something like BJ Hopkins. Okay. I don't tend to watch his streams, so I don't know what he does. I don't tend to watch Twitch that much when I'm doing my shit. That's not a complete one. We have like 12 hours. Alright, cool. He's probably has more what's the word? He probably has more practice for those games. That's probably why he can just do that shit pretty easily. Yeah, more experience, right? It's pretty much the same thing with me and Crash games. It's pretty easy for me to get the platinum routes because I've already have a lot of experience with those games. Come on. There you go. Yeah, some of these songs really put me back when I started streaming like 2 years ago. Because I used to use these ones as well back then. I was able to do the Mega Man 12 hours. I mean, if you know what you're doing, those games tend to be pretty short then. So there's that too. There we go, 250 kills. I just have to get the kill streaks. Six hour breeze. Mega Man 7 is where the challenge begins. Okay. Although from what I understand, 2 it has to be a really hard game. Huh? Or was it 3 with the dock robots or something like that? Which one? 2. The second game. Or the one with the dock robots. I've completed many times. That's you, though. I think someone that's blind is probably gonna have some trouble with the game. Even I can say that Rapid Cortex is not for everyone. Yeah, just look at my brother. He has a lot of trouble when playing that game.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Is that? I think my one doesn't have any E-tanks at all to introduce E-tanks. right? But I don't know. The only experience that I have from the Mega Man games is just from some comic Johnny reviewing them like a long time ago. That's about it. Thank you. Now, this should be my last refill. Mega Man 3 introduced sliding. Also, after the 8th Robot Masters, you fight the Mega Man 2 robots. Okay, interesting. Man, I don't know. I guess it just really depends on how much experience you have in those types of games. Introduce 4, introduce charging, 5, introduce the bird call beat. And by that I know the beat. You have to like get certain letters to spell out his name, and then you get the fucking bird or some shit like that. I don't know. Six had power and jet, and that was what I hit. Okay. Alright, cool. That's the hardest Wii fight in my opinion. I don't know. I haven't experienced those games, so I can't comment on that. So I think this might be the last weapon that I need to get kill streaks with. Yeah, I think so. Unless the last kind of you also have to do something like it. I never completed. Isn't that the one that you actually have physically? Yeah, didn't you get a physical copy of the PS1 game or some shit? Like a while ago? I mean, you can play it just fine with the PS3. 9 and 10 have similar graphics like 1 and 6. Yeah, those 9 and 6, I know they were digital only. They were released during the Xbox 360, PS3 era of digital games and shit. And then 11 was released much later. Right, but you can only get it officially without the homebrewing the Wii. Eventually got put into a second Legacy Collection. Yeah, I know. Legacy Collection pretty much put all the games besides 11. Yeah, at least the main line was. I don't know if they put any of the spin-offs, like Mega Man Soccer or some shit. Mega Man 9 was brewed, in my opinion. It's not as brewed as Mega Man 7. If I understand the difficulty on this game tends to really vary. Some are harder, some are easier. Okay, now I just have to wait until I get the 100 kill streaks show up. Technically like 20 times. Good. There we go. Well done. Finally, the heavy bolter is done. This should be it for today, though. Come on, let me fucking sin. Thank you. Come on, hurry up. Fuck. God, I fucking hate this damn app. It's so fucking slow. Alright, here we go. Right, yeah, that'll be it for today. Let's also see if I can get one trophy down. First play 9 and 10 on Xbox on the 360. Alright, cool. Mastercrafted. Okay, looks like I can get this shit done at least. Battle damaged. Mastercrafted. 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 Armor colors. Yeah, let's see, that does it. I think I've already done this, right? Yeah. Yeah, spiked. 8. Spikes. 8. Spiked. Right. That. Yeah, I think that should do it. Unless I have to fucking change the code for every... Okay, there we go. Mastercrafted. Let's go. Finally. Alright. That'll do for the day. I also got 2 trophies down. And almost 3. I was almost to level 40 there. But yeah, at least that should be it for all the kill streaks, I think. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, no more kill streaks. Okay, good. Now I just have to worry about getting these 2 done. The last cannon, and then the ones with the multi-kills. Right, okay. So right now I can only do, which is, with him I can only do like 3 more. Then the other 3 I need to do with 3 people. So yeah, at least we're almost done with the weapons. Yeah, at least. And I think the other guy is also almost done with the weapons as well. At least closer compared to me. So at least I should be able to just keep farming for myself, unless someone else decides to show up tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today though. Let's see. Then do this. Alright. Then change over here. Alright. Much better. So yeah, that's gonna be it for this session of Space Marine 1. Yeah, they actually did pretty well with the farming. It's still gonna take a bit though, but at least we are pretty much almost done. Man, at least with the weapon challenges. I still need to worry about getting the all the other trophies done, basically. Yes, we have to worry about getting Exterminatus done. Display and trophy collection. Here we go. But yeah. Hopefully tomorrow we should be able to still do some more farming if the guy's still on him. And some other people. We'll see. Yeah, I think there might also be another one show up. Maybe. We'll see. So at least we can start doing multi-kills. Maybe. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today though. Next stream shall be tomorrow, where we are gonna see if we're either gonna be continuing on with more Space Marine 1 or doing some Professor Layton. My guess is we're probably gonna continue with the farming, but anything can happen, so it's always good to have a plan B. But yeah, again, next stream shall be tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. GMT 0, where we are going to be continuing on where we left off with Space Marine 1 or Professor Layton in the Curious Village. If you like to be notified when I go live, or any other shenanigans I have mine, like the stream schedules or video uploads, you can go to my Discord where you'll be notified as such. And if you also want to keep track of any previous streams that also passed, you can also go to my YouTube channel as well. Now with all that said and done, who are we gonna be rating today? Yeah, let's use on right now, shall we? Let's see. Hold on. Got something else. Alright, here we go. Let's use on. Let's see here. Right. Good. Here we go. So yeah, for this stream we are gonna be rating Obnoxious. I know they're doing some art and looks like they're using Blender or something else, I don't know. So yeah, you guys have fun with Obnoxious. Have yourselves a merry rest of the day. And as always, have a good one. Bye. Bye-bye. See ya. Have a good one. Bye. Bye-bye. See ya.